Chapter 370. Zichen stepped forward and took the spirit herb under the shocked gazes of the crowd. What? How could this be? Looking at the spirit herb in Zichen's hand, everyone was dumbfounded. This was too easy. Zichen felt that it was unbelievable that an 8,000-year-old spirit herb was in his hand. Everything was like a dream. He had seen so many precious herbs before, but he couldn't get them. This one in front of him was so easy. The rich spirit energy rushed over, making people feel comfortable. Zichen knew that this was not an illusion. The others were also dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. It's not impossible to get the spirit herbs here. Only the Qin family's eyes were wide open as if they had seen hope. Then, they surrounded him. Zichen, can you give this spirit herb to us? We can give you a satisfactory price. The Qin family's people went forward and negotiated with Zichen. They urgently needed the spirit herb, which indirectly meant that they wanted to use it to refine the tribulation avoidance pill. What? The Qin family is really going to refine the tribulation avoidance pill? There was a commotion in the crowd. The Yu clan's people were shocked. The tribulation avoidance pill's influence was too great. It could create an unlimited number of ancestral masters. At that time, it would definitely cause a sensation. This road is still long. Maybe there will be other gains. Let's talk about it as we walk. Zichen smiled. He was at the ninth sky of true essence. When he wanted to break through to the Yu clan's realm, he needed a lot of spirit energy. He also needed the spirit herbs, so he couldn't give them to others. Everyone's luck seemed to have come. Next, Zichen found several more spirit herbs. They were all within the safe range, so he picked them one by one. They are all spirit herbs above 5,000 years old. This is too lucky. After obtaining several spirit herbs in a row, many people's eyes turned red. Especially the Yu clan's people. They were extremely uncomfortable. Their eyes flashed, and they communicated with each other. No one knew what they were thinking. Then, they looked at Zichen. As long as Zichen's expression changed, someone would quickly go forward and pick the spirit herbs. 2 times in a row, the spirit herbs were taken away. Damn it! How shameless! This is daylight robbery. How shameless! The people of the Qin clan cursed angrily, their eyes spitting fire. Zichen had given them 2 stalks of spirit medicine, which made them feel extremely grateful. The expressions of Zhang Haotian and the others were also ice-cold. These major powers were obviously shameless to the extreme. They actually dared to rob in such an open manner. It belongs to whoever discovers it. How can you say that it's snatched? The enemy sneered. That's an ancient medicine. All of a sudden, Zichen let out a cry of surprise. Another ancient medicine appeared in front of him. This ancient medicine was only the size of a palm, but it was glowing brightly, exuding an overwhelming spiritual energy. Zichen seemed to have realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly shut his mouth and glanced around, afraid that he would reveal any flaws. Haha, a 10,000-year-old ancient medicine. My luck is indeed not bad. It's an ancient medicine. I found it, so don't fight over it with me. At this moment, the enemy let out a hearty laugh. His figure flashed as he charged towards Gu Yao. The expression on Zichen's face had long since been noticed by the others, and yet, he was still trying to conceal it. The 2 of them were filled with disdain, and were now very decisive as they headed directly toward the ancient medicinal plant. Clang! Clang! But before they could get close, the multicolored brilliance began to circulate. A clanging sound rang out, and a peerless killing intent appeared. It was as if a divine weapon was rotating, cutting through everything. Ah, no! Yukong cried out in alarm, his eyes filled with fear. He raised his strength to the maximum, and controlled his spirit weapon to block the multicolored brilliance's killing intent. Crack! But it was not of much use. The brilliance was very sharp, like a divine weapon. It destroyed the spirit weapon in 1 strike, and the second strike cut through Yukong's body. Pooh! Pooh! When the brilliance disappeared, the 2 Yukong collapsed in a pool of blood dead. You! The enemy looked at Zichen, his eyes flashing with killing intent. What about me? You discovered it first, so it's your luck to be able to obtain it. Zichen sneered, his mouth full of ridicule. Gasps could be heard all around. It was obvious that Zichen was deliberately trying to harm them. He deliberately made an expression to make the enemy believe that the ancient medicine could be taken away, and then they would voluntarily go to their deaths. Just an expression, and he killed 2 Yukong. This Zichen is really ruthless. Many people looked at Zichen with fear. This was the Saint Burial Ground, and only Zichen knew the correct path. It was too easy for him to kill someone. The enemy's Yukong's eyes flashed with coldness, but he endured it in the end and did not act out. Serves them right. Looking at the corpses in front of them, the Qin family members were secretly pleased. Looking ahead, Zichen was surprised again. There was another ancient medicine that was glowing. His eyes flashed, and then he quickly retracted them, just like before. Still pretending? How many people is he trying to kill? This damned guy, isn't it enough to kill 2 people? He's trying to kill more people. His heart is really vicious, but unfortunately, no one will fall for this kind of trick. Everyone cursed in their hearts. After falling for it once, no one would fall for it a second time. Sigh. No one went forward. Zichen sighed, his face full of disappointment. The other Yukong sneered, thinking that only a fool would fall for it. But in the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore because Zichen was walking towards the ancient medicine. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Even when Zichen was close to the ancient medicine, nothing happened. Not good. The enemy Yukong's expression changed. Realizing that something was wrong, he wanted to snatch it. At this time, the 10,000-year-old ancient medicine emitted a brilliant light. It had already been taken away by Zichen and sealed in a jade box. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. He actually really took away the ancient medicine. The enemy Yukong was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. An ancient medicine was actually taken away just like that. The Qin family's people came up with fervent expressions, declaring that they wanted to exchange it with Zichen. Zichen smiled, shook his head, and put away the jade box. This was a good thing, and no one would complain about having too much. He couldn't just casually hand it over. This was a long road, and they passed by many precious medicines. Although they anxiously looked forward to them, they were unable to obtain them. Along the way, they even found an ancient medicine that was over 50,000 years old. Unfortunately, this ancient medicine's spiritual energy was dissipating. It was equivalent to an ancient medicine, but it wouldn't be long before it dissipated. But to the Qin family's people, this was also a precious medicine. But there were dangers all around, and no one could go forward. An ancient medicine. Zichen was startled once more. His gaze was fervent as he looked at the ancient medicine in front of him. Many people rolled their eyes when they heard this. Just how many people was he going to kill? The enemy Yukong didn't have any temper because every time Zichen found a spirit medicine, he would let out a startled cry. They also couldn't tell which ones were dangerous and which weren't. Zichen's harvest was the biggest. He obtained a lot of spirit medicines, including 2 ancient medicines. He had everything he needed to break through to the Yukong realm in the future. He was really excited. The others looked on with envy, but they couldn't obtain it. This could be considered Zichen's benefit of getting a keepsake. A spirit medicine. Zichen was startled once more. When the enemy heard this, they had the urge to vomit blood. Not far away, there was a corpse that was just tricked to death by Zichen. The enemy was very unwilling, but they couldn't do anything to Zichen. Yukong's death was also in vain. During this time, the Qin family's people were constantly muttering, feeling extremely pained. They had accurately calculated that if they took away all the precious medicines here, then the number of tribulation avoidance pills refined would be a terrifying number. It would definitely be enough to cultivate a superpower that could sweep through the 7 cities' 3 great sections. Zichen was startled again. In Zichen's startled cry, 4 Yukong experts had already been tricked to death. This was Yukong, not true energy boundary. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but they couldn't do anything to Zichen. The many rogue cultivators didn't dare to go forward. Zichen was a demon king. He killed without batting an eyelid. When he tricked people, he still had a smile on his face. They felt a chill in their hearts, and wanted nothing more than to stay away from him. They still hadn't arrived at the true burial ground. Everyone was praying that they would arrive quickly so that Zichen could get fewer spirit medicines. Zichen's harvest was very bountiful. During this time, he intended to share some spirit medicines with others. We've already broken through, so we don't need them for now. You should keep these. Zhang Haoqian and the others refused. They knew that Zichen needed a lot of energy to break through. Even Qin Xing and Qin He refused. This made the Qin family very angry. There was an alchemy man in the Qin family who was obsessed with alchemy. He kept pestering Zichen, wanting to buy ancient medicines, but was always refused. This road was full of twists and turns, and was not a straight line. During this time, some people carelessly took a wrong step and were killed by the colorful light. Even Yukong had lost a person. After walking for a few hours, they were finally out of this place. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zichen's luck was finally coming to an end. That's an ancient castle. An ancient castle appeared in front of them. It looked like a steel fortress. It was very tall and as black as ink, towering into the clouds. The dark castle appeared at the end of the path. It had a mysterious color, attracting everyone's attention. Is this the burial ground of the saints? The burial ground of the saints? Is this the ancient castle? Everyone was shocked. This place had opened several times, but every time it appeared, it was on the same path. They had never seen this ancient castle. Moreover, this ancient castle was too big. They couldn't see the end of it. I don't know. I've never been to this place. I've only heard of it before. Elder Emos shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The entire ancient castle exuded a majestic aura that made people tremble. It was as if a peerless beast was hiding in it. As they got closer, the golden light in the token also became more and more complicated. This was the real place of great danger. Outside of the golden light, it was a land of death. Anyone who stepped in would be in danger. Let me see how big this ancient castle is. Yukong rose into the air. Buzz! The void trembled and colorful light flowed. It was as if a peerless blade slashed down. Yukong died instantly. This is a no-fly zone. Everyone's expression changed. Yukong couldn't fly. Once he soared into the sky, he would be killed. Yukong was killed in an instant before he could even scream. The ancient castle was huge, towering into the clouds. Everyone couldn't see its full appearance at all. They could only see the tip of the iceberg, but it was like the end of the world. After a few hours, everyone finally arrived in front of the ancient castle. The tall ancient castle set off everyone's insignificance. It was like the end of the world. The dark walls were endless. Buzz! At this moment, a red light appeared from Zichen's body and rushed towards the towering ancient castle gate. Chapter 371. The castle's aura was grand, and it pierced through the clouds. Just the walls were boundless. It was like a heaven-supporting wall at the end of the world. This was the burial ground of a saint. Within the martial heaven continent, it was second only to the lightning divine hall. Today, its full appearance was revealed. However, because it was too huge, no one could see it clearly. After the passage of time, the entire castle emitted a boundless aura. It made people feel insignificant. At the end of the path was the castle's gate. The two gates were completely black. They were made of the same material as the castle. After the baptism of time, they were sturdy and heavy. They were exceptionally tall, like a heavenly gate. They were tightly shut, as if they were two different space-time gates. In front of the gate, everyone was stunned. Who could open such a heavy gate? Just how big of a person would they need to be able to open such a tall gate? As far as the eye could see, there were two giants engraved on the two doors. They were thousands of meters tall, and they were not human. They had 2 horns on their heads, and their expressions were ferocious. Their eyes emitted crimson light, like 2 blood lanterns or 2 bloody holes. Those crimson eyes were like blood. They possessed a magical power that could affect one's state of mind. In that instant, the crowd seemed to be able to see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They could see towering figures standing between the heavens and earth. Their auras could devour mountains and rivers, and destroy all living beings. It was as large as heaven and earth. With a raise of its hand, it could destroy mountains and rivers. As for the life forms beside it, no matter how they looked at it, they looked like humans. In this bloody scene, humans were no match for this giant. With a single slap, it could kill countless humans. Its aura could devour mountains and rivers. It was like a devil that existed between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Rays of light shot out of its blood-red eyes. They were like divine weapons that could pierce through everything. One figure after another flew over, unleashing powerful attacks that tore through the void. However, they were unable to destroy this devil. A single roar from it was enough to kill a human expert. Below the castle, everyone was staring at the giant's eyes. It was like there was a kind of demonic power that had deeply attracted them. Their minds were completely immersed. Some people's eyes were bleeding, but they didn't even notice it. Buzz! A rumbling sound rang out, causing the void to shake. Everyone's gazes returned. The scene of corpses and blood had disappeared. They were still standing in front of the castle. Is it an illusion? The 2 giants, one on the left and one on the right, were like door gods guarding the ancient castle. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and they did not have the domineering aura they had before. Is this a powerful race? Their bodies are actually comparable to heaven and earth, able to kill countless creatures. Could this saint burial ground be the burial ground of the saints of this race? Everyone cried out in alarm, feeling that it was inconceivable. In the illusion just now, when the demonic shadow faced the human, it was a massacre. Eh? Why am I crying? No, this is blood. A cry of alarm rang out. Blood, why are my eyes bleeding? At the same time, more cries of alarm rang out. Many cultivators had blood flowing out of their eyes. Could it be them? I only saw their eyes just now. A cultivator cried out in alarm and quickly retreated. The giant's eyes have a magical power that can devour the mind. Everyone was shocked and retreated one after another. During this time, Zichen was also confused. He felt his eyes sting, as if tears were about to burst out of them. The giant is strange. Don't look into his eyes, Lu Mingyong reminded loudly. At the same time, he used his spiritual sense to shake everyone's sea of consciousness, not letting them fall into the illusion. Everyone was retreating, but there were more than 10 people who did not move. They all raised their heads and looked at the giant. Hurry up and retreat. Don't look into the giant's eyes. Someone shouted loudly, but the giant was indifferent. They are dead. They are bleeding from their 7 orifices, someone said. At this moment, the motionless figures fell down one after another, all bleeding from their 7 orifices. How could this be? Everyone was shocked and terrified. More than 10 people had died silently, all of them bleeding from their 7 orifices. Look, the giant is shedding tears of blood, another person shouted. Everyone looked up and saw bloody tears flowing from the giant's eyes. As the scarlet blood flowed down his cheeks, the giant looked even more ferocious. The scene in the illusion seemed to reappear. The giant stood between heaven and earth, laughing sinisterly, looking at humans as ants and killing all creatures. They are alive. Their bodies are shining. Many people's voices were filled with sobs. This was too strange. The giants carved on the gate were actually alive. Their bodies were emitting bloody light, as if they would walk out of the gate at any time. It made people's hearts turn cold. Many people retreated in panic and rushed into the distance. Clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. The peerless killing intent appeared again, killing human cultivators one after another. No, don't kill me. Help, he wants to eat people. Everyone was crying out in alarm. clanging sounds rang out beside their ears. This place was in chaos. The giant was about to come to life. His body was emitting a monstrous red light as if he was cast from blood. It made people's hearts turn cold, and their feet turn cold. They desperately fled. At this moment, the entire space was filled with red light. It was the same color as blood, very similar to the illusion. Everyone seemed to have come to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Everyone stop! Zichen stood in place, motionless, and shouted loudly, but his expression was very strange. Run, don't stop, the demon wants to kill everyone. Many cultivators shouted, their voices were filled with sobs. There were also quite a number of people who were in a panic and ran headlong into the land of death. Even quite a few of the freaks were fleeing in fear. There's no demon, it's just a token. Zichen shouted helplessly. You're lying. We saw it with our own eyes. The demon is alive. Look again. Is the demon alive? It's just the light of the token. Everyone was skeptical. They stopped in the distance and watched from afar. They saw a piece of armor appear on top of Zichen's head. It was red and bright, illuminating the entire space. It was its light that shone on the giant's body, making it look like the giant was alive. It's not alive. It's just red light, not bloody light. It's a false alarm. It's just the light of the red light. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but then they felt incomparably embarrassed. They were really scared just now. The cultivators died silently, bleeding from their 7 orifices. The giant was also bleeding. Its body was shining with bloody light, and its expression was ferocious as if it was about to come back to life. It scared everyone, but it was just a false alarm. Which damn thing is randomly shouting? Is it an idiot? Why didn't it look more carefully? The embarrassed people cursed angrily, feeling that they had lost all face. Especially some of the monsters, they were even more ashamed. Everyone, don't look at the giant's eyes. The token floating above Zichen's head dyed him red. He reminded them. The giant was strange. The vibration just now was made by the token. It appeared on its own accord and made a vibration to wake everyone up. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a few people bleeding from their 7 orifices. Token, this is the token. It's so mysterious. It's obviously not an ordinary item. No wonder Zichen didn't take it out before. It was a piece of armor, shining with red light. It floated in the air and was very beautiful, attracting everyone's attention. It was the first time the others saw the token. At this moment, they were incomparably shocked. Obviously, the token this time was very different from the previous ones. Apart from Zichen, no one present could sense the golden route in the token. At this moment, the route led directly to the inside of the gate, but obviously, it was impossible to enter at this moment. No one could push open the towering stone gate. Wang Qiong and the others were more and more surprised. Even if they didn't refine it, they could sense that there was an inexplicable energy in the token. It was extraordinary. This was not only a token, but also a treasure. How should we go in? Everyone walked back and looked at Zichen. The correct route is from here. Zichen pointed at the gate. How do we go in? Do we have to push it? The stone gate was towering and abnormally stable. It was impossible to push it open. This is a no-fly zone. We can't fly here. If we rely on the ground, we won't be able to push the gate open. There should be another way. After a moment of silence, Wang Qiong said, You can try to get the token close to the gate. Zichen nodded. He felt that this method was feasible. Whoosh! With a thought, the red piece of armor soared into the air and rushed towards the towering gate. Clang! Clang! The peerless killing sound appeared again. Streaks of colorful light flowed and slashed towards the token. Everyone's expression changed. There was actually danger in front of the gate. On the armor, streaks of red light flickered as if it was burning. A blazing flame appeared and turned into a bolt of lightning. It passed through the peerless killing sound and directly rushed towards the gate, towards the towering demonic shadow. The armor was very sturdy. The colorful light couldn't destroy it. It passed through calmly and reached the gate. Roar! A roar sounded, shaking people's hearts. It seemed that the demonic shadow had awakened. The red light on the armor seemed to merge with the gate and awaken one of the demonic shadows. Then, the demonic shadow opened its huge mouth like the mouth of the netherworld. A huge suction force appeared. Could this be the passage? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The demonic shadow was already terrifying. Now that it opened its mouth and a huge force appeared, no one dared to go in. However, when the suction force appeared, everyone's body involuntarily flew towards the demonic shadow's huge mouth. From afar, it looked like the demonic shadow was going to swallow them. No, I don't want to go in. Don't swallow me. Many cultivators shouted in horror. The scene just now was still fresh in their minds. They were really afraid of the demonic shadow to the extreme. How could this be? Everyone didn't know what was going on. They all struggled. However, all their struggles were futile. Everyone's body slowly rose. All the energy attacks were useless until they entered the demonic shadow's huge mouth. During this time, the colorful light was blocked outside, not killing them. It should be the passage. Everyone calm down. Don't panic. With a flash of light, everyone disappeared. The demonic shadow's huge mouth also closed. At the same time, a red light rushed out from the gate and disappeared in a flash. In the dark passage, the environment was gloomy. An evil wind blew, making woo-woo sounds like ghosts crying. Chapter 372. The dark passage was very gloomy. Evil wind blew like the cries of ghosts, chilling people's hearts. After being swallowed by the demonic shadow, Zechen arrived here. The world was dark as if it was the end of the world. Even his vision was blurred. This is the burial ground of the saints. As he slowly adapted, Zechen could finally see his surroundings clearly. This was a passage that led directly to the depths. In front of him, he could see corpses. Crack! As soon as he moved, he heard a sound. A piece of bone was crushed and turned into powder. The bones have turned into powder. How many years have these people been dead? Zechen was very surprised. He walked forward step by step and saw many bones. They were almost weathered. Obviously, no one had set foot here for many years. Swoosh! With a flash of red light, the piece of armor flew back and floated above Zechen's head. It was like a flame, burning fiercely and illuminating the surroundings. This was a passage and also a battlefield. There were sword scratches on the walls. Although countless years had passed, they were still clear as if they were telling the world of the tragic battle. Clang! Zechen pointed his finger. Golden sword chi fell on the stone wall, but it burst into sparks. The stone wall was intact. What a hard stone! Zechen was very surprised. His attack didn't even leave a scratch on the ground. He looked around and saw that the ground was covered in battle scars. He could imagine how strong the cultivators who had fought with him were. At the very least, they were stronger than him. The passage was very deep, and corpses were everywhere. Although Zechen was very careful, he still crushed a few corpses and turned them into powder. Is this a weapon from the past? Zechen saw a broken divine sword. It was mottled with rust and dim. It fell to the ground and had lost its power. Crack! As soon as he picked it up, the divine sword cracked. Then, it also turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. Exactly how many years have passed? Even the divine sword of the past has lost all of its spiritual chi and become rotten. Zechen sighed as he walked forward step by step. During this time, he saw a few more weapons, but without a doubt, they had all lost their spirituality and had become decayed. The moment he picked them up, they vanished into thin air. Even the weapons refined by the diamond were reduced to ashes. Zechen was very surprised. Diamond was very hard and was a material used to refine Dan weapons. Just a small piece was enough to make an Ancestor Realm expert bow down. This kind of thing was practically everlasting. But in Zechen's hand, there was clearly a weapon made of diamond, which turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. The holy burial ground is very mysterious. It's second only to the lightning divine hall. No one has discovered the secret of the lightning divine hall to this day. As for the holy burial ground, it has existed for countless years. No one knows how it was formed, but there are rumors that it was caused by a disturbance in the Martial Heaven continent. Old Emo appeared. Even though he was a character from countless years ago, he didn't know much. He had never fought alongside the Boundless sect, so he only knew a few secrets. During that disturbance, it's said that a foreign race invaded and almost destroyed the human race. In that battle, even saints fell. That's why the holy burial ground was formed. It's said that the Boundless sect was established here to protect the holy burial ground. But as for why they attacked in the end, it's always been a mystery. No one knows. However, that was a long time ago, at least 100,000 years ago. Zichen clicked his tongue. It had been 100,000 years since the Boundless sect had attacked the holy burial ground. Then didn't that mean the holy burial ground had been formed even longer ago? Even the spirit weapons had decayed and turned to dust. Clearly, this battlefield wasn't from 100,000 years ago, but even longer ago. There had been other powers that had attacked this place. The man and the soul continued forward. They saw many bones and spirit weapons, but without a doubt, they had all been turned to dust by the passage of time. Above his head, the piece of armor shone with a bright red light. It was like a torch, illuminating the path ahead. There was a golden line in the middle. This was the path that the armor was pointing to. Walking out of the passageway, Zichen arrived at a large hall. It was very spacious, like a public square. Here, dried bones were everywhere, and it was eerie. Clearly, this was an even larger battlefield. This is... Looking at the huge skeleton in front of him, Zichen was shocked. Could this be the foreign race that old Emo was talking about? This was a skeleton that far exceeded a human's. It was 4 or 5 meters tall, but it wasn't much different from a human skeleton. It was just that it looked taller, like an ancient giant. This should be the foreign race from back then, said old Emo. Could the foreign race be the ancient giants that disappeared? Zichen was bewildered. Only the ancient giants could have such a huge body. And although the ancient giants had the word human in their name, they weren't humans. They were called foreign races. The entire hall was filled with bones. Corpses from back then could be seen everywhere. The ground was black, and it was unknown if it was the original color or if it had been dyed by blood. Most of the bones belonged to humans. There weren't many skeletons that looked like those of the ancient giants left. Oh, it's actually glowing. During this time, Zichen discovered a glowing skeleton. The skeleton occasionally flickered with light, emitting bits of divine splendor. Countless years have passed, but the skeleton is still glowing. Just how strong is this foreign race? Zichen was incomparably shocked. He could feel a terrifying aura from the bits of divine splendor. After countless years, the flesh and blood had already melted, but the skeleton was still so mysterious, emitting light. This made Zichen incomparably shocked. The foreign race's fatal wound was a bloody hole in the forehead. Zichen went up to examine it carefully. But at this moment, the divine splendor in the skeleton fluctuated, and a powerful will swept out. Human, die! The will let out a roar that was like rolling thunder exploding in his sea of consciousness. Zichen's mind trembled, and his spiritual will was almost shattered. His mind went blank. Careful! Old Emo cried out, but Zichen didn't move. Roar! Within the bones, specks of divine splendor floated out and transformed into a tall figure. He let out a loud roar that shook the surroundings. It was unknown how many withered bones were shattered. He was 7 to 8 meters tall and had an imposing figure. A terrifying aura surged around his body as he rushed towards Zichen. Human, die! The demonic figure rushed over. It was incomparably tall and carried with it the will to kill. In a trance, Zichen seemed to have seen the other party really come to life and become a powerhouse with flesh and blood. The surging aura made him feel suffocated. At this moment, he couldn't speak, couldn't move, and his mind was blank. He didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. He could only look at the tall demonic figure rushing towards him. Die. The demonic figure came to life and sent out a cold will with boundless killing intent. The surging aura swept towards Zichen. Chi. At this moment, the armor on top of Zichen's head emitted a fiery light. It was like a ball of heavenly fire that rushed towards the demonic shadow. In the next moment, the demonic shadow howled in pain. His voice was shrill as he turned into ashes in the endless fiery light. Zichen's expression changed, and he was extremely shocked. He finally woke up. Thinking about how he almost died just now, there was still lingering fear in his eyes. Elder Hiroshi was the same. At the critical moment, he could only let out a cry of surprise, and then he couldn't move. The demonic figure was very strong. What a terrifying foreign race. Its body is dead, and its Tao is gone. It only has a strand of unyielding will, but it still has such means. Elder Hiroshi was amazed. It hates humans to the core. At this moment, your appearance has activated its unyielding will. Zichen was extremely shocked. A strand of will had such means. He couldn't imagine how strong this foreign race would be when it was alive. But thinking about it, it was many times stronger than the ancestral masters. Ka. The last strand of will dissipated, and the huge skeleton also disappeared with the wind, turning into ashes. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Just now, the aura surged, and the surrounding skeletons turned into ashes. An empty area appeared, and in front of him, another glowing skeleton appeared. There's more. Zichen's expression changed, and he took 2 steps back. Silver light flashed between his eyebrows, and he was ready to take out the purple gold gourd. If it wasn't for the armor, he and Elder Hiroshi would probably be dead. It was another skeleton, emitting a divine glow. It was as tall as an ordinary person, and it was a human skeleton. This is the skeleton left behind by a human expert. It should be the expert who killed the foreign race, Elder Hiroshi said. With the transformation of the foreign race's skeleton, Zichen didn't dare to go forward, and could only watch from afar. There are words there. Zichen saw some ancient words on the side of the skeleton. They were very old, and they belonged to the ancient era. They're not ordinary ancient words. Zichen was shocked when he took a closer look. He had studied ancient books before, and he knew many ancient words. But at this moment, he couldn't recognize any of them. These are words from the ancient era. They're very ancient, Elder Hiroshi said. Although he was a spiritual body, he had lived for countless years and could recognize these ancient words. In the next moment, he read them out loud. After 3,000 years of war, although the saints are dead, they will not be blasphemed by the foreign race. We are willing to guard this place and kill all invaders until we die. When he read the ancient words, the content was shocking. Could this be a battlefield during the Age of Chaos? These people were experts who followed the saints to destroy the foreign race. Zichen was shocked. He thought that this was caused by other forces attacking the saint burial ground. He never thought that this was the first battlefield, the ancient battlefield. And the content was shocking. After 3,000 years of war, even the saints died in the end. Could it be that the foreign race wanted to attack the saints' corpses? These dead humans didn't attack the saint burial ground, but guarded this place, guarding the dead saints. Although it was only a few words, Zichen could imagine the determination of the human experts. After 3,000 years of war, they were physically and mentally exhausted. The saints were dead, and their backbone was gone, but they were willing to guard this place and fight to the end. But in the end, they were defeated. There was an open stone door in front of them, and gusts of cold wind blew out from inside. Clearly, the foreign race had broken in. This is the burial ground of the human saints. The foreign race are all invaders. Zichen sighed. A generation of experts finally fell and died together with the foreign race, but they still couldn't guard this place. Zichen, look at this skull. It's brilliant and blooming with divine splendor. It can be refined into an extraordinary weapon and can be used as another trump card. Elder Hiroshi pointed at the skull. Sichin shook his head and said, "Such an expert should be respected, not blasphemed." Sichin pointed his finger, and the divine splendor in the skull was guided out, and then dissipated between heaven and earth. "Let everything dissipate." As he rolled up his sleeve, the skeleton that had lost its brilliance finally disappeared. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Chapter 373. Behind the stone door was another tunnel that was even more eerie. Sichin saw even more skeletons. Some belonged to humans, while others belonged to foreign races. This was the burial ground of human saints, so there were naturally many experts guarding it. Sichin also saw quite a few glowing skeletons. They had all been experts when they were alive. Despite being dead for so many years, their bones still glowed with divine light. "Human, die!" The foreign experts had an undying will. As soon as Sichin approached, he would be sensed, and that will would be triggered. Specks of divine light shot out, transforming into a huge devil that charged at Sichin. This was the final will of an expert. Although it was on the verge of dissipating, it was still powerful. It was like an expert had come back to life and unleashed a powerful attack. Chi! Above his head, the armor shone with dazzling light. It spat out a flame that engulfed the devil. The devil shrieked and shrieked before disappearing into nothingness. "It's been countless years, but the foreign races have yet to appear on the martial heaven continent. That means you've succeeded. Rest in peace." Sichin could only destroy the foreign race's devil figures. However, Sichin only felt admiration for the human experts. They had been the protectors of the human race for 3,000 years. He pointed a finger, drawing out the divine light from the bones, causing them to dissipate and be buried in the place they had guarded. Sichin passed through several tunnels in a row. On the stone walls, the carvings of swords and sabers were very obvious. It was obvious that the battle back then had been very fierce. And no matter if it was a foreign race or a human, each skeleton was stronger than Sichin when they were alive. "Are these really ancient giants? There's actually so many of them." As he went deeper, Sichin saw many foreign race skeletons. However, they had all been eroded by the wind. The number of ancient giants left was pitifully small. During this time, Sichin also saw quite a few ancient characters. He had a vague understanding of the chaos that had occurred countless years ago. The foreign races had invaded, and the human race had resisted. After 3,000 years, countless lives had been lost. During this time, human saints had died in battle, and they had been buried here along with other experts. However, the foreign races had been unwilling to accept this, and had launched a large-scale invasion. "Saints cannot be blasphemed, and neither can experts. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will not let the alien race obtain the inheritance. We will kill all the invaders." As he went deeper, Sichin saw more human experts. There were only 1 or 2 sentences, but they were all carved out before they died. From these words, he guessed that the reason why the foreign races attacked this place, besides the saints, was partly because of the inheritance of the human experts. Clearly, other than the saints, there were other experts buried here, leaving behind their inheritances for future generations. The purpose of the foreign races was to seize them. During this period of time, Sichin saw the words kill the outsiders with all their might and prevent the construction of the teleportation formation. Suddenly, a crazy guess popped into his mind. Could it be that the outsiders were going to build a teleportation portal here and take away all of the legacies here? This alien race is truly greedy. But gradually, Sichin realized that something was wrong. According to the ancient characters, this was a one-way transportation formation. A large number of outsiders had to be transported here. What are they doing here? Do they want to destroy this place? Sichin was puzzled. Elder Mo was also confused. Perhaps there are more in the depths, Elder Mo said. The two continued forward. After passing through the 8th passage, Sichin saw something valuable again. He vaguely discovered a shocking secret, which caused his face to change color. The saints can be resurrected. We cannot let the outsiders destroy this place. We have to protect it with our lives. Beside a powerful cultivator, Zichen saw these words and was shocked. His hair stood on end, and the already eerie environment became even more eerie. The saints could be resurrected. Could it be that the foreign races attacked this place, and did not hesitate to build a teleportation formation because they were worried that the saints would be resurrected? But how could a person be resurrected after their soul was destroyed? As they went deeper, Zichen found more guesses about how the saints could be resurrected. However, they could not be resurrected immediately. Instead, they would sleep here and be nourished by the endless dragon veins. They could only be resurrected one day. Zichen's hair stood on end, and he was horrified. Vaguely, he seemed to feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the dark. Could it be that the saints have been resurrected in this world? The evil wind blew like the cries of ghosts. At this moment, the two of them discovered a shocking secret. Zichen's heart skipped a beat, his eyelids trembled, and his hair stood on end. Even old Mo felt a chill run down his spine. The burial ground of the saints still existed. Obviously, the foreign races had failed back then. Countless years had passed, and the saints could really be resurrected in this world. But they were already dead, and their spiritual will had dissipated. If they were reborn again, was this still a human saint? Or was it another kind of creature that was reborn with another soul? Zichen did not dare to think about it. He felt a chill down his spine and had the urge to turn and leave. How can a person be resurrected when their spiritual will has dissipated? They buried the saints here and resurrected them. That's too crazy. Even Elder Mo looked around, his heart trembling. Countless years ago, there were many corpses here, and resentment filled the entire saint burial ground. Even if a saint was resurrected, after absorbing so much resentment, would he still be a saint? The two were terrified. At the same time, they thought of the land of death. There, only a few dozen Zukong and a few hundred true energy realms died, and resentment was born. But here, there were many strong cultivators who died, and they were stronger than Zukong. Would something else be born? Old Mo, don't you feel like there's a pair of eyes staring at us? Zichen's voice started to tremble. He looked behind him, but he didn't see anything. I feel that way. Elder Mo was a soul body, and his senses were very sharp. After knowing that the saints could be resurrected, he also felt like he was being watched. Could it be the saints? Zichen asked. Elder Mo shook his head, indicating that he was not sure. Even though he had lived for a long time, he had never heard of the resurrection of the dead. At this moment, he wanted to rush into the Tai Chi diagram because he felt a dangerous aura. Elder Mo, you must not go in. You and I can take care of each other if we stay together. Zichen's voice trembled, obviously frightened. If it really was the resurrection of a human saint, Zichen was not afraid. After all, it was a saint, the leader of the human race. Even if they barged in, they would not kill them. But if it was not a saint who was resurrected, but another kind of creature that absorbed endless resentment, such as a resentment spirit, then it would be over. The more Zichen thought about it, the more afraid he was. In the end, he did not dare to think about it. But in his mind, he could not help but think, and at this moment, his thoughts seemed to have become sharper. In the past 1,000 years, tokens have appeared frequently in the saint burial ground, causing many forces to enter to search for treasures. But the number of deaths is still very high. Could this be a conspiracy of the saints? Zichen thought of another question. There are many humans with great wisdom. If they want to resurrect a saint, it is naturally possible to succeed. So naturally, they have also guessed this point. Is it possible that they have already taken precautions? If it is not a saint who is resurrected, but something else, will there be some kind of restriction that prevents it from leaving? Zichen's expression was very ugly. He whispered, so they deliberately released tokens to let humans explore, then secretly killed them and collected their blood. They want to use blood to break the restriction. Impossible. Zichen's guess made Elder Mo uncertain. He said, those major forces have entered several times. Although cultivators have died, they have also obtained some benefits. And your grand elder grandfather, Didn't he also enter and get the Thunderbolt 9 deaths and Thunderbolt finger? Didn't he also come out alive? But Mingyao's parents died here, Zichen said. Weren't they killed by martial ancestors' people? Elder Emo said. Don't make wild guesses. There are many humans with great wisdom. It is impossible that they did not think of this. Also, back then, the Wuji sect was guarding this place. I didn't know before, but now that I think about it, perhaps they were waiting for the saints to be resurrected. What if they were spying on us? Zichen asked. Once again, it made people's hair stand. Didn't you say that the Wuji sect attacked the saints' burial ground once? Since it was meant to be a guardian, why would they attack? Could it be that the saints' resurrection happened, but something happened, and the Wuji sect sensed it and attacked? This? Elder Emo hesitated. He did not participate in the matter back then and did not know. Even if there was, it was destroyed by the old master. Elder Emo finally said. Then there are other human experts. If the saints were resurrected, they might not be resurrected. Zichen felt his hair stand on end. The feeling of being spied on was getting stronger and stronger. So much so that when he tried to sense the armor again, he also felt his hair stand on end. You worry too much. In the past 1,000 years, the major forces have entered several times, but they were all scared but not in danger. The losses were not that great. Not knowing if he was trying to convince Zichen or himself, Elder Emo said. Also, there is a limit to the light door. If this is really a conspiracy, and we need to use blood to break through, then we can let everyone in. Furthermore, this thing has saved both our lives before. Zichen nodded and felt that it made sense. That's right. The major forces are all smart. Many of them came here to search for treasures before leaving. Naturally, they are very confident. They have also benefited from it before. Also, human experts have great wisdom. We can see the problem at a glance. They can have not thought of it. We are just overthinking. That's right. Elder Hiroshi added. Perhaps this is a burial ground to begin with. It's just a place for the saints to rest in peace. Those human experts who have followed the saints in battle for 3,000 years are unwilling to accept the fact that the saints have died. That's why they said that. Perhaps it's just a hope in their hearts. After following the saints for 3,000 years, the saints died. The group of experts naturally could not accept this possibility. This was a valid reason. Zichen nodded in agreement. In an instant, he also felt that the surrounding environment was not so gloomy. We are overthinking. We are just scaring ourselves here. Zichen smiled. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking rang out. It was as if someone had stepped on it. The two who had just relaxed suddenly changed their expressions. Who is it? The two were like frightened rabbits. They hurriedly turned around and saw a figure flash by. P.S. I'm stuck. This chapter took me 8 hours to write. I've just finished it. I can't be disturbed at all when I am writing. I like peace and quiet. When I was writing this chapter, I received 2 calls. To be honest, the moment the phone rang, I was scared. Chapter 374. The two of them felt a chill in their hearts. They felt like someone was spying on them. The moment they turned around, they saw a figure flash by. What is that? The two of them changed their expressions and almost jumped up in fright. Zichen's long hair stood on end. It's a living creature. The withered bones were trampled to pieces, turning into ashes. A figure flashed past. Could it be a saint? Zichen was unsure and kept retreating. Impossible, let's catch up and see. Elder Hiroshi shouted. Chase. Zichen glared. Yes, it's running away. Yes, it's afraid of us and is running away. Zichen came to his senses and turned around to rush back. Swoosh! He turned into a streak of golden light and flew at lightning speed. Elder Emo was like a ghost as he floated beside Zichen. The two of them went back the way they came, passing through one passage after another. The cold wind blew on their bodies, making them even colder. Nothing. After passing through numerous passageways, Zichen arrived at the place where he had just entered. However, he did not discover anything. How can there be nothing? Elder Hiroshi was also dumbfounded. He clearly saw a figure flash by just now. Zichen's spiritual sense came out of his body and scanned every corner of the place. Elder Hiroshi's spiritual sense also rushed out, looking for all the places where there might be a concealment array, but there was nothing. Nothing. The two of them looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. It can't be a ghost, right? Zichen whispered. Silver light flashed between his eyebrows and a terrifying aura surged. The surface of his body was full of golden lightning. A ghost was an illusory existence, stronger than a vengeful spirit. It was a different kind of soul, but no one had seen it before. It was only recorded. Elder Hiroshi frowned. The degree of strangeness of this place was unimaginable. It made him, a person who didn't believe in ghosts and gods, feel a chill at this moment. One had to know that Elder Hiroshi had lived for countless years and had seen the strongest of the Wuji sect. It could be said that he had experienced a lot of storms and seen many big scenes. He was far from being comparable to a young boy like Zichen, but he was still scared. It was at this moment that the feeling of being watched appeared once more. A chill ran down their spines, and they turned around once more. Swoosh! Just like before, a figure flashed and disappeared in front of him. Did he appear out of thin air? Zichen's hair stood on end. Just now, his spiritual senses had swept through every corner of this place. I want to see whether he's a human or a ghost. Elder Hiroshi's heart skipped a beat, and he was furious. Then, the two of them rushed forward. During this time, Zichen circulated the lightning element energy in his body, covering the surface of his body. Resplendent golden light surrounded him, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. With the protection of the lightning, the Eem ghosts would not dare to come close to him. This time, the two of them rushed forward and rushed through more than a dozen passages, but they didn't find anything. Humans die. A mental roar rang out, and it even triggered a foreign obsession, which almost killed the two of them. Fortunately, Zichen had been controlling the token to move forward. Flames spewed out, annihilating everything. Not human. Zichen felt a chill in his heart as he watched the black figure disappear. If a human could trigger a foreign obsession, it was obvious that the black figure was not human. Who cares what he is? Anyway, he won't dare to appear. Let's continue forward, Elder Hiroshi said coldly. He was very nervous. Okay. Zichen nodded. With the protection of the lightning, he was not afraid of ordinary evil beings. He strode forward, but his powerful spiritual senses covered the surroundings. Along the way, they passed through one passage after another. Zichen did not find anything else. The feeling of being watched did not appear again. Occasionally, there were some strong people who left behind words, believing that the saint would be resurrected one day and lead them to destroy all the foreign races. Why are they all left behind words? There are no inheritances. Zichen could not help but ask. Previously, he and Elder Hiroshi had hoped to see the ancient words and understand the secrets of the war. However, after some guesses, the two of them were horrified. Now that they saw the ancient words, they were frightened and hoped to get some inheritances. After passing through another 7 or 8 passages, Zichen finally saw something other than the ancient words. On the stone wall full of sword marks, there was an engraving. In it, a person was clenching his fist and practicing a fist technique. There really is an inheritance. The two of them looked at the engraving excitedly, but they did not let down their guard. There are words here. Next to the engraving was a line of ancient words. They were bold and powerful, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. It was abnormally domineering. As they looked at it, a fist intent surged. I don't have much life left. I don't want this fist technique to disappear, so I left behind this engraving for the fated person. Remember, this fist technique is domineering, read Elder Hiroshi. This is a fist technique. Zichen was extremely excited. The engraving was a fist technique, and the words contained fist intent. It could be said to be a supreme treasure. Domineering fist. Elder Hiroshi was also shocked after reading the ancient words. This is a supreme fist technique. In the martial heaven continent, it is famous. You really got lucky this time, exclaimed Elder Hiroshi. There were many inheritances in the Ouija sect. Elder Hiroshi didn't care about ordinary cultivation techniques or battle skills. This time, he actually praised the domineering fist. Clearly, this fist technique was extraordinary. There were only 3 engravings. Clearly, this expert didn't have much life left and didn't pass down the complete domineering fist. However, just 3 engravings were enough for Zichen to comprehend. Zichen still admired human experts. The other party didn't have much life left and didn't want this supreme fist technique to be lost. However, he didn't leave his life behind. This was an ancient fist technique called domineering. It walked a more violent path and required more explosive power. It was very suitable for Zichen, who had a perfect body. It was almost tailor-made. Although he was excited, he didn't let down his guard. After all, there was still a figure that hadn't appeared. This domineering fist is most suitable for you to comprehend. I'll set up a restriction to protect you. You can slowly comprehend it, said Elder Hiroshi. Following that, many primal stones floated out in front of him and flew in all directions. At the same time, some formation materials also flew out. Buzz! When everything was ready, all the materials glowed and formed a rippling light curtain that protected the 2 of them. When the restriction appeared, Zichen was relieved. He sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the true meaning of the fist technique. Just as Zichen was comprehending the fist intent, a figure appeared outside the restriction. He was as tall as an adult, but his figure was very illusory. He floated in the air like a ghost and stared at the 2 of them in the light curtain. In his pupils, a red light flickered and looked very strange. The corners of his mouth curled up as if he was smiling, but it was hideous and terrifying. It sent chills down one's spine. Swoosh! Elder Hiroshi seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look. However, in the next moment, the illusory figure dissipated into thin air as if he had never appeared. The fist technique was vast and powerful. It was extremely domineering. In the ancient characters, Zichen could feel the fist intent. The fist intent could be described with one word: domineering. The tyrannical fist was a type of momentum that courageously pressed forward. It was a type of spirit that would never shrink back. Supremacy, the tyrannical martial Tao. This was the true meaning of the tyrannical fist. It was illusory, but it was vast and mighty, boundlessly tyrannical. It was like a king, but also like an emperor. Every blow was a powerful blow that gathered endless momentum. It was a blow that combined essence, chi, and spirit. However, it was easy to say, but difficult to truly comprehend. Now, Zichen could only feel the fist intent, but he couldn't comprehend it. He knew how it was, but he didn't know why. Zichen sat cross-legged. In his sea of consciousness, the 3 engravings were constantly evolving. He wanted to copy them and memorize them. At the same time, he wanted to comprehend the true meaning of the domineering fist and break through. His physical body was unparalleled, but he had been suffering from not having a fist technique. Now that he could get the domineering fist, he naturally couldn't miss it. The 3 engravings were constantly evolving. In the end, they were like brands that were engraved in Zichen's sea of consciousness. As for the true meaning of the fist technique, it was also lingering in Zichen's heart. Swoosh! Zichen calmed his heart and sank into a deep level of comprehension. The space of thunder and lightning that hadn't appeared for a long time appeared again. As the thunder and lightning surged, the lightning youth reappeared. Lightning youth! Looking at the silver figure, Zichen exclaimed. The lightning youth hadn't appeared for a long time. The last time he appeared was when he comprehended the 3rd of the 9 flashes of thunder and lightning. The lightning youth could evolve battle skills and reach the level of true meaning. Zichen had known for a long time. However, along the way, Zichen slowly discovered that not all battle skills could be evolved to the level of true meaning. Just like the Wuji sex extreme yin and extreme yang, the lightning youth couldn't evolve them. The 9 flashes of thunder and lightning was extremely fast. Back then, Zichen had only obtained the first flash. Although the lightning youth had evolved the second and third flash, he hadn't been able to evolve the rest. However, he never expected that the lightning youth would reappear when he comprehended the domineering fist today. Could it be that he can evolve the domineering fist? Zichen was excited and full of anticipation. If the lightning youth could really evolve the domineering fist, then he would be able to grasp the true meaning of the domineering fist. The lightning youth was as cold and indifferent as ever. When he appeared, there was an aura of supremacy around him. Boom! He attacked. His first punch was the true essence of the tyrannical fist. As he punched out, the heavens and earth trembled. At this moment, it was as though this punch was the only thing left in the world. He was the only one left in this world. It's indeed the domineering fist. Zichen was pleasantly surprised. His eyes widened as he stared at the lightning youth's punch. From the punch to the change in momentum, he didn't miss a single detail. Bang! The domineering fist arrived. Zichen's figure was shattered and dissipated from the space of thunder and lightning. In front of the engraving, Zichen opened his eyes. There was a trace of ecstasy in his eyes. After that, he spent the rest of the time quietly comprehending the domineering fist. As for old Hiroshi, he stood guard at the side. The feeling of being spied on did not appear. With the lightning youth's help, Zichen's progress was very fast. Old Hiroshi exclaimed, "His talent isn't high, but his comprehension is impressive." Time passed. In the space of thunder and lightning, Zichen appeared again. And in front of him was the lightning youth. Boom! Boom! Both of them attacked at the same time. Their momentum rose to the peak. They were extremely domineering. Bang! The space of thunder and lightning trembled. Zichen's figure was shattered into pieces and disappeared from the space of thunder and lightning. I still can't take a punch. Zichen sighed and continued to comprehend. With such a lightning youth as his sparring partner, Zichen's progress was very fast. In just a few days, he touched the true meaning of the first engraving. Half a month later, Zichen entered the space of thunder and lightning again. Boom! Chapter 375. Within the space of thunder and lightning, Zichen blocked the lightning youth's punch. In half a month, he had touched upon the essence of the true intent. At that moment, his aura was boundless and tyrannical. His essence, chi, and soul merged as one as he punched out. Between heaven and earth, there was only this fist light. The tyrannical fist was an ancient fist technique. For Zichen to be able to comprehend it in half a month, the lightning youth's contribution was huge. This was like having a master who had comprehended the essence of the true intent in front of him, patiently giving him pointers, demonstrating over and over again. It was hard not to comprehend. Zichen blocked the first punch, but immediately after, the lightning youth's aura changed again. The essence of the true intent of the second engraving appeared. The wind from the punch changed, filling the entire space with fist shadows. Each of them was incomparably powerful, emitting a brilliant silver light as they pressed down on Zichen. In an instant, Zichen felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Even breathing became difficult. The sky was filled with fist shadows, making it impossible for him to dodge or retreat. He could only meet them head-on. Ha! With a shout, his aura changed again, becoming extremely tyrannical. He punched out fiercely, and the golden fist light dyed the entire space of thunder and lightning. Pun! Pun! The fist shadows surged, covering the sky and earth. In the next moment, Zichen was hit by countless fist shadows. The powerful punch he sent out was instantly dispersed. At the same time, his body was also shattered by the fist shadows. Done! In the outside world, Zichen opened his eyes and stood up. His face was filled with excitement. Although he didn't manage to block the second attack, he was able to comprehend the essence of the first style in half a month. He was already very satisfied. To comprehend the first engraving, Zichen had used half a month. The second engraving was much more complicated. He couldn't comprehend it in a short period of time, so he didn't continue. What's wrong? Are you leaving? Seeing Zichen stand up, old Mo asked. The rippling light screen was still there, and the black shadow didn't appear. I've memorized all 3 engravings and comprehended the quintessence of one of them. I can move on now, Zichen said. Elder Hiroshi was a little surprised. The Sky Tyrant Fist was a famous ancient fist technique. It was very powerful and had a great reputation in the past. Obviously, such a fist technique was very difficult to cultivate, but Zichen was able to comprehend it in just half a month. It was indeed extraordinary. Either of them asked the shadow. It was as if they were deliberately ignoring it. After half a month of cultivation, Zichen had calmed down a lot. He was no longer as flustered as before. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. We are cultivators who defy the heavens. How can we be frightened by evil things? Zichen held his head high and strode forward. Of course, before that, he had to let his nameless master rest in peace. Zichen bowed deeply and left. The passageway was very deep, as if there was no end to it. Zichen had already walked through dozens of stone doors, but he still hadn't reached the end. He kept going deeper and deeper, refusing to believe that there was no end to this passageway. 49. This is the 50th. Elder Hiroshi had been calculating. When he reached the 49th stone door, his face changed. When he saw the 50th stone door, his face became very serious. 50 great Taos, 49, and that one escapes, making it 50. The creator of the Saint Burial Ground is indeed extraordinary. Elder Hiroshi muttered to himself. But when Zichen stepped into the 51st passageway, his face changed. He said in shock, "This can't be the 9 Extreme, right? That's really heaven-defying." The 9 Extreme, 99. The truth was as Elder Hiroshi expected. Zichen walked through a total of 98 passageways and saw the 99th stone door. Elder Hiroshi exclaimed. The ancestors were indeed generous. 99 was the heaven's extreme. It contained the principles of heaven and earth and represented the great Tao of heaven and earth. These 99 passageways were naturally intentional. They represented an extreme number. Elder Hiroshi began to believe that saints could be resurrected. There was no 100th. 99 was the extreme. Ripples appeared in the space, and the last passageway appeared. This was a spatial passageway. Zichen stepped out of the passageway and found himself in a huge square. Here, there was a chilly wind that made one shiver. The ground was dark brown with blood. It was vast, and as far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere. Zichen was in the center of the square. In front of him, there was a 10-meter-tall altar that emitted an ancient aura. There were 4 heavenly pillars that were as black as ink and pierced into the sky. On the pillars, there were many engravings. The 4 heavenly pillars stabilized the 4 directions, and on the altar, there were countless engravings that stabilized the 8 directions. This is a teleportation formation built by the foreign tribes. They really succeeded. Elder Hiroshi was shocked. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he realized that this was a teleportation formation, and it was an extremely vast one-way teleportation formation. On the altar, corpses were piled up like a mountain. Most of them were foreign tribes. Obviously, they were teleported here through the altar. But soon, Elder Hiroshi found that the teleportation formation had collapsed. Many of the engravings were broken. The foreign tribes built the teleportation formation, but in the end, they did not succeed. They all died here. Boom! Suddenly, an energy explosion came from afar, causing waves of fluctuations. This is the fluctuation of a battle. Someone is fighting. Zichen turned his head and looked into the distance. He was overjoyed. After a few days, he finally saw a living person. He was excited. Swoosh! Without saying anything, he rushed toward the source of the energy fluctuation. Where there were people, there was life. Although he was not afraid of evil during this time, he still felt a little scared. Boom! As he approached, The sound of the energy fluctuation became stronger and stronger. Humph, Zhang Haotian, today is the day you die. You can't run. From afar, Zichen heard a cold shout. Zhang Haotian. Zichen's expression changed, and he increased his speed. I think you are the ones who will die. Zhang Haotian was angry. His expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. An unyielding fighting spirit emerged. Around him were more than a dozen Zykos. They were murderous and surrounded him. Slaughter! Zhang Haotian shouted. His body flashed, and he turned into a ray of light. He rushed toward one of the Zykos. Poof! The cold light flashed like a ghost. One of the Zykos was beheaded. Blood spurted out and spilled on the ground. With a charge, he killed another Zykos. But at the same time, 2 sword wounds appeared on his body as he retreated. Blood flowed out. Under his feet, there were already 2 corpses of the Zykos. Another one died in front of him. Zhang Haotian's strength was not weak to be able to kill 3 of the Zykos. Poof! He coughed up blood. He was injured. When he killed the enemy, he also paid a price. Stop your futile struggle. Hand over Butcher's inheritance, and we can give you a quick death. One of the Zykos sneered. His eyes were full of mockery. Dream on. A bunch of despicable people. Even if I, Zhang Haotian, die, I will drag you down with me. Zhang Haotian said coldly. His clothes were tattered, and there were many wounds on his body. There was a fatal wound on his lower abdomen that almost cut his stomach open. Blood had already soaked his clothes. In order to kill him, the major forces were willing to do anything. A moment of carelessness and he was ambushed. Otherwise, even if he was surrounded, he would not be in such a sorry state. Why are you so confident when you are injured? Are you waiting for others to come and save you? Stop dreaming. Zykos laughed mockingly. Those who are on good terms with you are all looking at the corpse. They don't have time to care about you. As for Zichen, he has not appeared for more than half a month. I'm afraid he is already dead. No one will come and save you. Today is the day you die. The leader sneered. I said even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Zhang Haotian was ruthless. His eyes were cold as he rushed toward Zykos again. Butcher's killing technique was fully displayed. The sharp killing intent made people's hearts tremble. Puff. Cold light flickered and blood spurted out. Another Zykos was beheaded and fell from the sky. Swish. Swish. Light flickered under his feet. He used a strange footwork technique and dodged several fatal attacks. His figure floated into the distance. As expected of Butcher's inheritance. You have some skills. Even when we heavily injured you, you still killed 4 of us. The leader said as the light in his eyes changed. I said I will kill all of you. Light flickered and sharp killing intent reappeared. Zhang Haotian coughed out blood, but he still rushed forward with boundless killing intent. Puff. The 5th person fell, and another wound appeared on his body. His entire arm was almost chopped off. All around, the group of Zykos felt their hair stand on end. They secretly sighed at Zhang Haotian's tenacity and strength. Even when he was heavily injured, he could still kill 3 of them. Puff. Blood splattered as the fierce battle continued. The 6th Zykos fell. Light flickered under Zhang Haotian's feet. His strange footwork allowed him to move around in a small area. Although there were a few more wounds on his body, it was not enough to kill him immediately. The leader's expression instantly turned gloomy. He had to reevaluate Zhang Haotian's combat strength. Their previous plan had severely injured Zhang Haotian, but he was still so strong, killing 6 people in a row. Looking at the situation before him, Zhang Haotian would not die in a short period of time. Instead, he would kill a few more Zykos. He did not want to wait any longer. Everyone, go all out! The leader shouted as a powerful aura surged around him. He was actually a mid-stage Zykos. He was also the only mid-stage Zykos present. Go to hell! The remaining 10 Zykos all shouted and unleashed their powerful battle techniques. In an instant, monstrous yuan power surged like a tsunami. Boundless energy swept towards Zhang Haotian. Puff! Zhang Haotian coughed out blood and quickly retreated. He was heavily injured and his life was in danger. Killing 6 psychos with a severely injured body. His battle record was enough to be proud of among the monstrous geniuses. You will definitely die more miserably than me. Zhang Haotian stood up with a hideous smile. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, revealing his blood-red teeth. We can't predict our own life and death, but we can see your life and death. You will definitely die miserably. The leader took a step forward. His aura surged and released an endless pressure. Don't make a move! Watch me kill him! Bah, what kind of dog is this? You're just a despicable person. How dare you talk to me like this when you're at your peak? I'll kill you immediately. Zhang Haotian's eyes were filled with disdain. What an arrogant young man! Then let me see how strong you are. The leader mocked as he struck out a palm, sending Zhang Haotian flying. Zhang Haotian was already at the end of his rope. He changed his mind and did not immediately kill him. Instead, he wanted to torture him. Speaking of which, to be able to torture a monster to death was definitely something to be proud of, and also something to be proud of. Chapter 376. Kill me if you can! Zhang Haotian roared. Even if he was seriously injured, he was still unruly and fearless. Don't worry, I'll play you to death slowly. The leader laughed. That's right, such a monster should be tortured to death slowly. Only then will it be fun. What monster? Trash like him dares to call himself a monster. I can stomp him under my feet. He's worse than an ant. That's right, he's trash at best. The other Zookies laughed as well. Victory was in their hands, and Zhang Haotian's life was in danger. It was rare for them to indulge themselves. Stomping a monster under their feet was something they could brag about in the future. If he's trash, then what are you guys? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The cold voice gave people a faint sense of familiarity. Everyone in the air was stunned. They did not expect that there would be another person here. Who are you? How dare you be so noisy here? Are you tired of living? One of the Zookies was furious. But soon after, a crazy killing intent swept over, covering the sky and covering the earth, causing the hearts of people to tremble. At this moment, the crowd saw that a figure had appeared in the distance at an unknown time. It was a young man in black. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was like a peerless demon king standing behind them. Zichin. It's Zichin. After seeing the young man, all the Zookies widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. One of them even almost fell from the sky. You! Aren't you dead? Zichin was a bloodthirsty demon. The number of people he had killed in the air was in the double digits. Now that he had appeared, everyone was shocked. Zichin. Seeing the cold young man, Zhang Haotian was also excited. He knew that he was saved today, but he owed Zichin his life. Heal your injuries quickly, Zichin said with his spiritual sense. He then stared at the Zookies in the sky and said coldly, I asked you guys a question, and you guys haven't answered? What kind of trash are you? Zichin stood on the ground. He did not know how to fly yet. He was only at the true energy realm, but he was able to forcefully stop the 10 flight riders. The 10 people's faces were ashen, and their expressions were gloomy. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The leader of the group even cursed his bad luck in his heart. Why did they encounter this fiend? At this moment, a crazy killing intent locked onto them. Clearly, whoever moved would be killed. They didn't even dare to move. Zichin, don't go too far. One of them braced himself and yelled in a loud voice. Swoosh. In front of Zichin, a golden light flashed and a spirit weapon appeared. It transformed into a beam of light and rushed towards the opening. He attacked directly, forcefully and decisively. You're courting death. Seeing Zichin make a move, the other flight warriors were enraged and prepared to attack. Clang! Pooh! However, Before they could attack, the battle on the other side had already ended. The golden spirit weapon had already returned after destroying the enemy. It floated above Zichen's head, shining with golden light as a drop of blood dripped down. You! Everyone was shocked. This was too fast. A flight warrior was killed just like that. It didn't even take a breath's time. One had to know that this was a flight warrior. A spirit origin realm expert could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were overwhelmed with shock. During the half a month of comprehending the tyrannical fist, Zichen did not give up on cultivating. His strength increased again. There was no other reason. The spiritual energy here was extremely rich. 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 10 days of normal cultivation. Coupled with the bottle of elemental energy pills, his realm could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. 10 days of cultivation was equivalent to a few months of cultivation in the outside world. Just answer whatever I ask you. Don't talk nonsense. After killing a flight warrior, Zichen seemed to be very relaxed. He spoke calmly without any killing intent, but it made the flight warriors tremble. This was too casual. After killing a flight warrior, he acted as if nothing had happened. Let me ask you, who do you think you are? All the Zephyrs were frightened by Zichen, who was in the true energy realm. Their faces turned ugly, and no one spoke. Even the leader of the Zephyrs, who was in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm, had no confidence in facing Zichen. Zichen, don't go too far. You know who we are. If you push us too far, we'll fight to the death. Zichen stood there, giving people a lot of pressure, making them feel suffocated. Another Zukon couldn't withstand the pressure, and in a fit of anger, he mustered up his courage to speak. The fish will naturally die, but the net will not be broken. Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. Above his head, the spirit weapon trembled and once again turned into a golden light. Damn it, are you trying to kill everyone? Everyone follow him. The leader of the flight warriors was furious. He wanted to call everyone to attack together, but before he could finish, he stopped. Pooh! Because a soft sound completely interrupted his words. Another Zephyr fell from the sky, and his body was split into two. The golden spirit weapon flew back and continued to float above Zichen's head. This time, it was not stained with blood. Another flight warrior died, and the speed of his death was even faster. Everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and the flight warrior died without even being able to block a single attack. Panic spread. The others did not have confidence. At this moment, they wanted to retreat, but they did not even dare to run. Let me ask you, who do you think you are? Why do you always not answer my question? Zichen's gaze swept over, making everyone's heart tremble. If we don't fight, we'll die. If we fight, we'll have a chance to live. Everyone, attack together and kill Zichen. The leader of the flight warriors had an ugly expression. He seemed to be panicking, but he was secretly transmitting his voice. All right, everyone, let's fight. I don't believe that a mere ninth sky of true energy can kill all of us in one blow. Let's attack together and fight for a chance to live. The others were ruthless and transmitted their voices. Zichen glanced at them, his face full of ridicule. Zhang Haotian swallowed a pill and was recovering from his injuries. With Zichen's appearance, he had nothing to worry about. Instead, it was the arrogant flight warriors who needed to worry. Kill! At this moment, a battle cry rang out. A group of flight warriors rushed towards Zichen. They were all flight warriors, and their strength was quite strong. At this moment, they all attacked together. Especially the leader of the flight warriors, who was at the middle spirit origin realm. He was the strongest, and his attack was also the sharpest. A gorgeous light appeared in the sky, carrying a terrifying killing intent, aiming straight at Zichen. Humph, you don't know what death is. The mocking smile on Zichen's face gradually turned cold, and turned into a sneer. In the next moment, he turned into a beam of golden light. Like a ghost, he passed through the layers of attacks and arrived in front of one of them. You! Flight warrior's face changed. Obviously, He did not expect Zichen to have such speed, passing through layers of defense in an instant. Tyrannical fist! Zichen laughed sinisterly. He punched out, causing the ground to tremble. A resplendent golden light shone so brightly that no one could open their eyes. Tyrannical fist. This was the result of half a month's comprehension, and Zichen wanted to test it at this moment. With his essence, chi, and spirit as one, Zichen was like a supreme golden-armored god at this moment. His punch was even more unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to have ceased to exist. Only this tyrannical fist was shining with golden light. Boom! Under such a fist, the flight warriors could not react at all and were smashed into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. Pieces of flesh and bones flew everywhere. The spirit weapon that flew out was also smashed into ashes. With just one punch, one of the flight warriors exploded. Everyone's face changed, and they were incomparably shocked. Such a stunning punch, not to mention the early stage of the flight warriors, even the leader of the middle spirit origin realm dared not say that he could take it. Let's go! A flight warrior was blasted into pieces by tyrannical fist, making them lose confidence. They no longer risked their lives and turned to run. At this moment, they were extremely frightened. At this moment, they wished that they had the fastest speed in the world to get away from this fiend. It was too terrifying. One punch actually blasted a flight warrior. At this moment, even Zhang Haoqian was stunned. Obviously, he was shocked by the power of Zichen's punch. You still haven't answered me. Who do you think you are? Don't you feel that it's rude to leave just like that? Zichen's voice turned cold, and killing intent surged. Go quickly! Hearing this, flight warriors trembled, but they did not dare to stop. Instead, they sped up and flew towards the horizon. What was polite or not? It was already good enough that they could not keep their lives. But in terms of speed, who could be faster than Zichen, who had the fastest speed in the world? He turned into a golden light, like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of a flight warrior and punched. It was still the tyrannical fist. Zichen had a perfect body. His body was stronger than the average spirit weapon, so it was most suitable for him to use his fists. As for the tyrannical fist, it was like an ancient fist technique that was tailor-made for him. Bang! With a loud bang, the world trembled. Another flight warrior was blasted into a rain of blood. As for his powerful spirit sense, it was destroyed by Zichen's punch. Ah! Blood rained down, accompanied by a shrill scream that echoed in the air. The shrill voice made one's hair stand on end. Another person died. Zichen's strength frightened all the flight warriors. Extreme Yang! One of them was very fast. At this moment, he had already reached the horizon, and his figure was about to disappear. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a cold shout. The next moment, he felt a sense of danger. When he turned around, he was scared out of his wits. He saw a dazzling golden light with a blazing aura of destruction rushing towards him from afar. No! Flight warriors screamed in horror. At the same time, he took out his spirit weapon and activated a defensive light barrier. Puff! The golden light flashed by with boundless sharpness, destroying everything in its path. This was an ultimate technique created by the extreme Yang master. Even the lightning youth could not evolve it. Its quality was higher than the tyrannical fist, and it was not an exaggeration to call it a divine technique. When he received the inheritance, Zichen saw that expert forming a seal. Its power was enough to destroy the world. Bang! The spirit weapon shattered, and the layers of light barriers disappeared. Flight warriors' eyes dimmed as they fell from the sky. Extreme! Zichen shouted again, making people's hearts tremble. Clearly, another person was about to fall. As the seal fell, another dazzling silver light appeared, rushing towards another flight warrior. A miracle did not happen. Blood rained down as another flight warrior fell. It was a complete one-shot, a massacre. This was a very dramatic battle. A true Essence 9th Celestial Layer cultivator was chasing after a group of Yuzone cultivators, but it was a fierce battle. powerful Uzone cultivators were dying all the time. P.S. That's all for today. I'll make up for it soon. Chapter 377. Zichen was extremely powerful. As he attacked fiercely, the Zephyrs fell one by one. Now, he was not far from the Zephyr plane. It was very easy for him to kill an early-stage Zephyr plane with his unparalleled combat power. Pun! Zichen flashed and turned into a golden light. He appeared in front of a Zephyr plane and punched again. Another explosion sounded, and blood rained down. This was simply a massacre, an instant kill. The number of Zephyrs in the early stage was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, all of them died, leaving no one alive. They were all from big forces. Zichen had seen them before. They were all hostile forces. They had harmed him many times, and now they wanted to harm his friends. There was no need to be merciful. It was just a pity that he did not see those monsters. Otherwise, he would have killed them all. At this moment, there was only one Zephyr plane left. He was in the mid-stage of the Zephyr plane. The rest were all dead. However, he did not run far before Zichen caught up with him. Now it's time to send you on your way. Zichen's voice was cold, like a demon from hell. Hearing the screams and the explosions, the leader was scared out of his wits. Zichen was too strong. He could kill an early-stage Zephyr plane in seconds. Even if he was in the mid-stage of the Zephyr plane, he did not want to fight with Zichen. He was not confident at all. However, Zichen caught up with him. His cold voice sounded in his ears. In order to survive, he did not care about anything else. Only one chance. He made up his mind. His eyes suddenly became very crazy. He wanted to fight for a chance to live. Go to hell. The leader of the Zephyr plane suddenly became crazy. He gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Light flashed around his body. A terrifying aura gushed out, making the world pale. A hazy divine halo appeared from his body. However, there was a terrifying aura that made people tremble. It instantly rushed toward Zichen. Pun! Zichen's powerful attack was instantly broken by the divine halo. At the same time, the divine halo hit Zichen. He was sent flying hundreds of meters. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He rolled on the ground and did not move. He suffered a great loss. What? How could this be? In the distance, Zhang Haotian's expression changed. Although Zichen was only at the ninth sky of True Yuan, he had unparalleled battle power. Perhaps he could not kill a mid-stage void-riding warrior in one blow, but if the two fought, he would not be in such a sorry state. With confusion, he looked at the leader in the sky. When he saw the divine splendor, he was so angry that his body trembled. He said angrily, You actually desecrated the corpses of human cultivators and refined them into weapons." In the leader's hand, a skull appeared. It was a human skull, and it was emitting a hazy divine radiance. It had been refined into a weapon, and it carried the residual might of an expert. Its aura was horrifying, and its power was terrifying. It was the one who had sent Zichen flying. "Humph, what do you mean by blasphemy? This is called making the best use of things. They have already been dead for countless years. Now, the only thing left is this skull that is useful to me. It can be considered to have shown after death." The leader flew into the air, not caring about this at all. Meanwhile, in his hand, the skull emitted divine splendor. Its upper and lower jaws continuously opened and closed. A horrifying aura pervaded the air. "Do you still have any humanity left? You won't even let the dead go. You really deserve to die 10,000 times," Zhang Haotian said angrily. "Humph, in this kind of situation, you'd better think about the two of you first. After you die, I will also make the best use of things. I won't let your corpses go to waste." The leader sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zichen was pushed back, and he did not get up for a long time. He was sure that Zichen was already heavily injured, and his life was in danger. Although this skull had only been refined for a short time, it was still the remains of an expert, and possessed inconceivable power. This time, it could be said that he had turned defeat into victory. The leader flew into the air, feeling proud of himself. Zichen, how are you? Hearing this, Zhang Haotian's expression changed, and he hurriedly transmitted a message to Zichen. Haha, Zhang Haotian, I'll send you on your way first. Right at this moment, the leader sneered. The feeling of turning defeat into victory made him feel extremely good, but he did not dare to be careless. He directly made a ruthless move, controlling the skull to charge at Zhang Haotian. Woo woo! The skull had already been refined, and it grew in the wind, becoming the size of a millstone. Divine radiance surged around it, and a terrifying aura erupted. It let out a ghostly howl as it charged at Zhang Haotian. Ha! Zhang Haotian roared, mobilizing all the energy in his body, wanting to block this attack. It's useless. Die. The leader did not care at all. Even Zichen at his peak was heavily injured after being hit by the skull, let alone the heavily injured Zhang Haotian. Blaspheming a human expert, you deserve to die. Right at this moment, Zichen's cold voice sounded. He turned into a ray of light, instantly blocking in front of Zhang Haotian. Boom! A red piece of armor appeared in front of Zichen, shining brightly. It was the token. With a thought, a flame shot out from the armor, and with a blazing heat, it landed on the skull. The flame burned with an inexplicable power. The skull wailed and retreated rapidly in the air. This was the skeleton of a human expert. Zichen did not want to blaspheme it, nor did he want to burn it to ashes, so he used the flame to repel the skull. Seeing Zichen appear, the leader's expression changed drastically. He was shocked and no longer arrogant. What? Weren't you heavily injured and about to die? There were some blood stains on Zichen's chest, and there was also blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be in a sorry state, but his spirit was still strong, and he did not look like he was heavily injured. Although he did not suffer a fatal blow, Zichen had to admit that the skull was very powerful. Even with his perfect body, he was injured. If it were other monsters, they would have been heavily injured even if they did not die. Blaspheme a human expert. You do deserve to die 10,000 times. Zichen's words were cold and murderous. These experts had all died in battle against the outsiders. They were all saints who had protected the human race. They had been admirable experts when they were alive, but after they died, their corpses had been refined into weapons. While feeling angry, Zichen also felt a deep sense of sorrow. Go to hell. Murderous intent surged. Zichen's words were cold. He turned into a golden light and rushed into the sky. Surging energy surged, and he made a powerful attack. Buzz! The skull trembled and was summoned again. It grew in the wind and became the size of a millstone. As its upper and lower jaws opened and closed, it emitted a violent aura and rushed toward Zichen. Bang! Zichen's attack was instantly destroyed by the skull. Then, the skull rushed toward Zichen with great power. It was indeed the skeleton of a human expert. Even if there was only a little bit of divine light left, it was still terrifying. Without using flames, Zichen was no match for it. Right at this moment, the flames surged, rushing upwards. The skull howled in grief as it turned back. Damn it! Zichen cursed. This was the skeleton of a human expert who died in battle to protect the land of saints and humans. Zichen did not want to blaspheme it, so the battle was inevitably blocked. Woo-woo! The leader flew into the air and seemed to have seen through this. He activated his powerful spiritual sense, and the skull shone with divine radiance as it charged toward Zichen again. He had no confidence in defeating Zichen at all. At this moment, he could only use the skull. Swoosh! Zichen displayed the fastest speed in the human world. He kept flashing and dodging the skull's attacks, but the latter followed him like a shadow and chased after him. Its upper and lower jaws opened and closed, showing a terrifying aura. Do you dare to fight me fair and square? Zichen shouted angrily. He turned into a flash of lightning and kept moving at high speed. Fair and square? This is my spiritual weapon. You can't even block a spiritual weapon. You want to fight me? Dream on. The leader sneered and activated the skull again. Woo woo! The skull rushed over at high speed, making a ghostly cry. It directly crashed into Zichen. Although he was prepared, Zichen was still forced back hundreds of meters. His face was pale. Ha ha, Zichen, I didn't expect you to have such a day. The leader laughed loudly in the air. His expression was one of disdain, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. The power of this skull was definitely strong enough to kill a monstrous genius, but it was blocked by Zichen. Sorry. Zichen's eyes flashed. Finally, there was a flash of light. Whoosh whoosh. On the armor, flames surged. The next moment, it turned into a sea of fire and rushed toward the skull. Oh! The skull let out a painful howl as the flames burned. It wanted to escape, but the flames appeared and surrounded the skull. It couldn't run at all. Zichen, you dare to blaspheme a human expert! The leader's expression changed. He had a bad feeling. Scum like you don't have the right to say such things to me. Zichen's voice was cold. He ignored the leader and controlled the flames with all his strength. The flames that filled the sky converged and surrounded the skull. The skull kept howling in grief. Its voice was mournful, like the cry of a real ghost. The millstone-sized skull shrank to an ordinary size and struggled in the flames. Finally, the skull wrapped in flames flew back into Zichen's hand. You! The leader's expression changed. He looked at Zichen in shock. He didn't expect him to take the skull away. Puff! The next moment, he spat out blood. The skull had changed owners. The powerful spiritual thoughts in it were forcibly erased by Zichen. With a point of his finger, a hazy divine light spread out and dissipated between heaven and earth. At the same time, the skull also turned into ashes. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. A powerful expert of a generation finally laid to rest. Blaspheme a human expert! You deserve to die! Zichen's eyes were cold. He turned into a bolt of lightning and stepped forward. His essence, chi, and spirit were one. He was like a god of war in golden armor. Boom! The world trembled. A dazzling golden light appeared. At this moment, it was as if there was only one punch left between heaven and earth. Its power was boundless. The dazzling fist with boundless power scared the mid-stage Zephyr Sky out of his wits. However, the fist had locked onto him. He couldn't run even if he wanted to. He could only desperately resist. Ha! Terrifying energy surged. At this moment, the mid-stage Zephyr Sky also made a peak attack. Boom! As the two forces collided, there was an explosion in the sky. A destructive aura swept out. The mid-stage Zephyr Sky coughed up blood and retreated. His face was full of shock. Zichen also landed on the ground. His face didn't change. You! Blood rained down. The mid-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouse's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Zichen to be so terrifying. He was defeated with one blow. Mid-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouses are really hard to kill. Zichen landed and sighed in his heart. He had to admit that the mid-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouse's vitality was tenacious. It was indeed many times stronger than the early-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouse. After that, Zichen kept punching. Since he couldn't kill him with one punch, then he would punch a few more. The dazzling fist made people's hearts jump. The mid-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouse coughed up blood and retreated again and again. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't resist. In the distance, Zhang Haoyan was also stunned. Zichen, who was at the ninth sky of true energy, was actually able to suppress the mid-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouse. Unparalleled combat power is indeed terrifying. If he breaks through to the Zephyr Sky realm, I guess only the peak Zephyr Sky powerhouses can suppress him. Zhang Haoyan was shocked. Boom! After dozens of punches and hundreds of punches, there was an explosion. Blood rained down from the sky. Chapter 378. Hundreds of punches, each of which was a peak attack. Even Zichen felt that it was too much for him to bear. Fortunately, it was all over. With the final peak punch, a rain of blood fell between heaven and earth. A loud explosion resounded throughout the world. The mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was blasted apart by Zichin. Zhang Haotian was dumbfounded. One had to know that this was a mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator, but he was defeated so easily. Then, his face was filled with ecstasy. As his good brother, the stronger Zichin was, the happier he was. Zichin, good job! Zhang Haotian couldn't help but shout, but in the next moment, his pupils shrank. He saw a black shadow appear silently behind Zichin. When the other party appeared, he looked straight at Zichin. He didn't attack, nor did he show any malice. Could it be Elder Mo? But it doesn't look like it. Zhang Haotian was puzzled. The tyrannical fist consumed a lot of energy. Zichin was gasping for breath and sweating profusely. This was a relatively difficult battle. With a gap of a large realm, Zichin's victory wasn't easy. The perfect body and the tyrannical fist could barely kill a mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator. At this moment, Zichin turned his head and looked at Zhang Haotian. In his hand, he was still holding the mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator's spirit ring. This was his harvest this time. The other spirit rings had been kept by him before, and he was going to take some time to count them. Is this your friend? Zhang Haotian stepped forward and let out a cry of surprise. This was because the black shadow had silently appeared behind Zichin. It was like a guard, protecting Zichin. Friend. Zichin was startled. He had consumed a lot of energy, and he felt exhausted. As a result, his powerful spirit sense had become less sharp, and his perception had obviously decreased. Yeah, isn't it him? He's standing behind you. Zhang Haotian pointed behind Zichin. What? Zichin's expression changed drastically as the hairs on his body stood on end. The instant he turned his head, he saw a black shadow flash past. It's that black shadow. He actually followed us out. Zichin's heart, which had just calmed down, began to palpitate again. Buzz! A golden brilliance flashed as streaks of lightning surrounded his body. Zichin's hair fluttered in anger as he shouted into the void. Stop playing tricks and come out! When Zichin turned around, the black shadow always flashed and disappeared. Furthermore, it kept appearing behind Zichin. Swish! Swish! Using his extreme speed footwork, Zichin moved within a small area, wanting to see the true body of the shadow. However, the shadow was not slow either, always appearing behind Zichin, making it impossible for him to see clearly. All he could see was an illusory figure disappearing. He has always been behind you. He is a tall shadow, like an illusion. Zhang Haotian shouted. He had a bad feeling. He was seriously injured, and now that Zichin and the shadow were both moving at extreme speed, he could not help even if he wanted to. Zichin was facing a great enemy. The golden light around his body became even more dazzling. Streaks of lightning surrounded his body, making crackling sounds. At the same time, streaks of golden light surged, wreaking havoc in all directions, launching indiscriminate attacks. However, it was useless. The black shadow blended into the void, allowing the golden ripples to pass by without moving. What exactly is he? Zhang Haotian asked, feeling a chill in his heart. It's a ghost. He has been following me since before. Zichin spoke as if he was facing a great enemy. The golden light kept flashing as he displayed his extreme speed to the limit. His whole body turned into a streak of light. However, the black shadow still did not disappear. It always disappeared the moment Zichin turned around, and then reappeared in an instant. A streak of golden light and a streak of black light were constantly lingering around each other. After that, Zichin flew into the distance like a bolt of lightning, moving forward at an extremely fast speed. Swish! The black shadow also flashed and followed Zichin closely. What? He's a ghost? Zhang Haotian was horrified. There were only vengeful spirits in the world. How could there be ghosts? At this moment, he saw the black shadow clearly. It had a ferocious expression and blood-red eyes. It was like the tall demonic shadow on the ancient castle's gate. They were all blood-red and looked very strange. It's the demonic shadow on the gate. Has it been following you? Zhang Haotian cried out. He also retreated, his heart trembling. That day, the demonic shadow had been very strange. It had silently caused people to bleed from their orifices, and more than 10 people had died. At that time, the crowd had only seen its eyes. But now, Zichen had been entangled by the demonic shadow. Elder Hiroshi, why aren't you helping? Elder Hiroshi had already appeared, but he was far away from Zichen. He only watched from afar. Help? How can I help? Elder Hiroshi looked at the black shadow and frowned. He had no idea what to do. The black shadow was very strange. It only followed Zichen but did not attack. Other than the pair of blood-red eyes that were particularly scary, it did not have any hostility. But it followed Zichen closely and did not leave his side. It was already creepy enough. In the previous battle, Zichen had consumed a lot of energy. Now that he was using the world's fastest speed, his speed became slower and slower. In the end, Zichen was panting and exhausted all his energy. As he slowed down, the black shadow also slowed down. It did not say a word and stuck close to Zichen. During this time, Zhang Haotian tried to attack, but it was useless. As soon as he approached, the black shadow would disappear. As soon as he left, it would appear again. With his energy exhausted, Zichen had no choice but to sit on the ground. Humph, I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. If you have the ability, appear in front of me and fight with me. If you don't, quickly leave. Zichen sat on the ground, panting and shouting. The black shadow followed behind him without a word. Elder Hiroshi and Zhang Haotian did not dare to approach. They both watched from afar. This was an illusory black shadow. It was very similar to the demonic shadow on the gate of the ancient castle. It had a pair of blood-red eyes. It was behind Zichen, almost sticking to him. Could this be an incarnation of the demonic shadow on the gate? It's like some kind of curse. Zhang Haotian stood in the distance and whispered. Why would a curse entangle me? Zichen was puzzled and did not dare to turn around. You forgot that it was your token that allowed everyone to enter here. Moreover, if it wasn't for your token, I'm afraid more people would have died in the blood-red eyes. Could this be the demonic shadow's revenge? Zhang Haotian guessed. Zichen's hair stood on end. He muttered, That's impossible. It's very possible. Elder Hiroshi said seriously. You've forgotten that this is a place where humans and other races fight. Humans can trigger the obsessions of other races, and this might be one of them. That demonic shadow has been eyeing you for a long time. Then how can it be eliminated? There's no way to get rid of it unless you're dead. If I'm dead, why would I need to get rid of it? Is there no other way? Zichen rolled his eyes. You can try using the token. Elder Hiroshi smiled. Yeah, why am I so stupid? Previously, it was the token that solved everything. Naturally, I'll have to rely on it this time. Zichen came to a realization. Boom! On the armor, flames flickered, illuminating the surroundings. An earth-shattering fire appeared, engulfing the surroundings with blazing heat. It's gone. It's really gone. It's just a bunch of obsessions. This token can resolve it. Zhang Haotian shouted. When the flames attacked, the black shadow's blood-red eyes seemed to show a hint of pain. Then, the figure kept twisting and dissipating under the flames. It was completely burned. It's finally gone. Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. The obsessions had dissipated. He was on tenterhooks all the way here. Now, he could finally relax. Elder Hiroshi stroked his beard. Obviously, he was also frightened. After that, Zichen sat down cross-legged to recover the elemental energy he had consumed. Zichen! But before he could close his eyes, there was a strange cry. It was Zhang Haotian. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong? He appeared again. He's right behind you. Zhang Haotian pointed behind Zichen, his eyes filled with disbelief. The fearless him actually had a look of panic on his face. Obviously, he was scared stiff. Elder Hiroshi had already entered the Taiji diagram. At this moment, he also appeared with a swoosh. When he saw the black shadow appear again, he also looked as if he had seen a ghost. Boom! Zichin felt a chill in his heart. Without saying a word, he once again activated the flames on the armor to wreak havoc, and the black shadow disappeared just like before. Is there more? This time, Zichin was vigilant and did not cultivate. After a long time, Zhang Haotian shook his head. Finally gone. Zichin snorted and sat down cross-legged again. But soon, Zhang Haotian's cry rang out again. This was an extremely strange scene. A black shadow would always appear behind Zichin. Boundless flames would appear, and the other party's pain would disappear. However, as long as Zichin sat down cross-legged to cultivate, the other party would appear again. Its expression was ferocious. It had blood-red pupils. Although there was no killing intent, it was still creepy. How can this be? The three were uncertain. They thought of many ways to break it, but none of them worked. Zichin even made a lot of blood and had Zhang Haotian splash it on the black shadow, but it was still useless. This is human blood, not black dog blood. It's useless. Zhang Haotian's words made Zichin speechless. The three were terrified. They tried everything, but still could not get rid of the black shadow. Zichin was on the verge of collapse. It was not a good thing to be followed by such a guy. It might have no evil intentions now, but it might kill in the next moment. Squeak, squeak. Finally, just as the three were about to collapse, the black shadow let out a sound. But it was a beast-like sound. Its originally ferocious expression seemed to smile, making it even more sinister. Zichin was shocked. He jumped a few meters into the air and escaped. This time, the black shadow did not disappear. It was also the first time it did not follow Zichin. 2 rays of light flashed in its blood-red pupils. A sinister smile appeared on its face. It squeaked again, and its illusory body gradually solidified. What is this thing? Is it a ghost? The three were uncertain and retreated far away. Zichen's forehead flashed with silver light. A powerful aura lay dormant. Once he sensed something was wrong, he would use all his trump cards. Squeak, squeak. The beast-like roar sounded again. The black silhouette began to solidify. However, during the process of solidifying, it began to shrink. Chapter 379. Under the stunned gazes of the three, a tall black shadow grew to the size of a palm, surrounded by black light, and a pair of blood-red eyes flashed red. Squeak! The black shadow turned into a little guy, making squeaking sounds. It jumped around on the ground, looking at Zichin with a pair of blood-red eyes. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be mocking him. This. The three were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Squeak! The little guy was surrounded by black light, jumping around on the ground with a very happy look, but its blood-red eyes were staring at Zichin, as if it was gloating. We were scared by it. The three were speechless. Looking at the little guy in front of them, it was difficult to connect it with the illusory and ferocious black shadow before. Zichin and Elder Hiroshi were also embarrassed. Previously in the passage, the two of them were scared out of their wits. The black shadow turned into its true form, which was this little guy. Everything in the passage was also its doing. The little guy seemed to be familiar with it, jumping around on the ground, then jumped on Zichen's shoulder and head. A pair of small claws instantly messed up Zichen's hair. Squeak! The little guy kept jumping around, seemingly very happy, but its expression, no matter how one looked at it, seemed to be mocking Zichin. Damn it, it's you! Zichin was furious and grabbed the little guy. The little guy was only the size of a palm. When it was caught by Zichin, the black light around it surged, trying to break free. It's you! Zichin roared and hit it hard. Bang! The little guy was knocked to the ground, but the black light around it did not dissipate. It bounced on the ground, making squeaking sounds, and clenched its little claws into fists, showing off to Zichen. Squeak! It raised its fist at Zichen as if to show off, but there was a different expression on its little face. Zichen, he seems to be despising you. Zhang Haotian was stunned for a while and whispered. Ah! Zichen shouted angrily and kicked out. The little girl couldn't dodge in time and was kicked out again. Like a rubber ball, she rolled a dozen times. Squeak, squeak! It raised its fist at Zichen. It was very dissatisfied, but it also seemed to be protesting. It seemed to be saying, "Who asked you to be so timid? You little thing!" Zichen roared again and again. He was really scared before, but he didn't expect that it was this little guy who played a prank. He swung his fists at a rapid speed like raindrops. Pun 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 puh! The little guy squeaked and seemed to be very angry. It clenched its little fists and tried to protest, but every time it jumped up, it was knocked down by Zichen. It rolled a few times on the ground as if nothing had happened. This little thing really deserves a beating. Elder Mo spoke. He was already so old, yet he still suffered such a shock. He deserves it. Zhang Haotian nodded. Squeak! The little guy protested and waved its little fists to show off, but it was useless. It was knocked down by Zichen's 2 punches. Zichen had already expended a lot of energy, and after being frightened, he was even more exhausted. After throwing over 100 punches, he was finally panting and tired. Although the 100 punches of the perfect body were not at full strength, it was still terrifying. Although it couldn't kill a mid-stage Zephyr, it could easily destroy an early-stage Zephyr. However, this little guy acted as if nothing had happened. It squeaked and waved its fists to show off. "I'll settle the score with you later," Zichen said angrily. This little guy was too naughty. It had clearly heard his conversation with Elder Mo and deliberately appeared to scare them. Needless to say, the 2 of them were really frightened. Their embarrassment was remembered by the little guy and it kept mocking them. The little guy was very lively and acted as if it was familiar. It wasn't hurt by Zichen's violent beating, nor did it hold a grudge. It jumped on top of Zichen's head again and jumped around, even grabbing a strand of hair to swing. "You little guy, where did you come from?" Zichen's anger hadn't subsided yet. Thinking about how he, a monster that made cultivators of large factions tremble in fear, was actually frightened by a little guy to the point of running away, he would definitely become the laughing stock of the world if word got out. Seeing the little fellow's pure and adorable appearance, Old Mo's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. The little fellow was only the size of a palm, yet he was fine after receiving over 100 punches from Zichen. He was clearly not ordinary. "You little thing!" Zichen grabbed the little guy and threw it more than 10 meters away, but the little guy quickly ran over again. "Little guy, come to me!" Zhang Haotian, who had always been cold, was smiling today. It was unusual, but no matter how one looked at it, he looked like a big bad wolf with bad intentions. Swoosh! The little guy looked at Zhang Haotian, its small eyes rolling around, putting on a pitiful and scared look. It was very cute. "Don't be afraid, come to me." Zhang Haotian lowered his head and smiled again. Swoosh! Unexpectedly, at this moment, the little guy turned into a black light and rushed towards Zhang Haotian. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react at all and was kicked in the nose by 2 small feet. The little guy was only the size of a palm, but its strength wasn't small. It directly kicked Zhang Haotian over, then jumped back to Zichen's head and squeaked, obviously mocking the other party. "You little guy!" Zhang Haotian got up in a sorry state and acted like a villain, but the little guy didn't care at all and kept mocking him. At the same time, its feet stomped on Zichen's head. Bang! Zichen slapped down and the little guy was directly sent flying, rolling on the ground for more than 10 times. It got up and waved its fist at Zichen, protesting and expressing its dissatisfaction. "Stay away from me," Zichen said angrily. The little guy obviously understood Zichen's words and put on a pitiful look. There was a hazy mist in its red eyes, looking very pitiful. Humph! Zichen snorted and ignored the other party. The little guy was even more aggrieved. Its eyes were hazy and it almost shed tears, like an abandoned child, full of grievances. Little guy, come to me, Zhang Haotian said again. Bang! The little guy turned into a black light and kicked Zhang Haotian over again. This time, it rolled twice before landing on the ground and squeaked happily. On the side, Elder Mo's eyes were shining. You little thing, I wanted to take you in out of kindness, but you kicked my nose. Zhang Haotian's nose was a little red and swollen as he pointed at the little guy. But the little guy ignored him and turned its head to show him its butt. Just as the other party was furious, it turned into a black light again and went to Zichen's head. Bang! But this time, Zichen was more decisive and sent the little guy flying again. Then, he sat down cross-legged to recover. The little guy put on an aggrieved look, but when it saw that Zichen was not paying attention to it, it was furious and kept waving its little fists at Zichen. Little guy, he doesn't want you, but I want you. Zhang Haotian opened his mouth again with a smile, but obviously, he was kicked over again. 3 times in a row, Zhang Haotian did not react. In addition to his injuries, the little guy's speed was really too fast. A dramatic scene appeared. Zichen sent the little guy flying again and again, but the little guy insisted on following Zichen. Zhang Haotian wanted the little guy to follow him, but he was kicked in the nose again and again. How can this be? Zhang Haotian said unwillingly. He could see that the little guy was very extraordinary, but it was unrequited. The little guy did not pay attention to him at all, but stuck to Zichen like a plaster. In front of Zichen, it put on all kinds of pitiful and aggrieved looks, but all it showed to him was its butt. If you want to follow me, then don't move. Zichen sat down cross-legged to recover his origin energy. After sending the little guy flying dozens of times, he finally said. The little guy's eyes were filled with tears as if it had been pardoned. Its little head kept nodding, then it jumped onto Zichen's shoulder and stopped moving like an obedient baby. Not long after, there was a sound of snoring. It actually fell asleep. Zhang Haotian rolled his eyes, but Elder Mo could not help but laugh. After a long time, the origin energy in Zichen's body recovered. Golden light surged around his body, and a powerful aura erupted. The little guy was frightened and jumped a few meters high. Squeak, squeak. It landed on Zichen's shoulder and waved its little fists to express its dissatisfaction and protest. It was sleeping and was awakened. Zichen chose to ignore the little guy's dissatisfaction and protest. After that, he asked Zhang Haotian exactly what had happened. This is simply a treasure trove, Zhang Haotian said, bringing some surprising news. They did not see a passage when they entered, but instead came to an open area with many corpses. During this time, they had a lot of gains. In addition to some battle skills, there were many cultivators' breakthrough insights. It could be said to be a priceless treasure. Among them, they also found some weapons with faint spiritual energy, which led to a bloody battle with many casualties. The major forces found a corpse that has not melted since ancient times. It is suspected to be a powerful inheritance. Everyone dared to go there. I was going to go there too, but unfortunately, I was surrounded and ambushed, Zhang Haotian said. What? A corpse that has not melted since ancient times? Zichen was shocked. That's right. It is said that it is protected by an inexplicable energy. It is very difficult for the major forces to get close, so they did not get the inheritance immediately and attracted the attention of other forces. A corpse that hasn't melted since the beginning of time, and it's protected by energy. Could it be a peerless expert, comparable to a saint? Could it be the inheritance of a saint? Even Zichen was extremely shocked after hearing this. I'm not sure if it is a saint, but it is definitely a powerful expert. And it is definitely a kind of inheritance because someone saw the engraving, Zhang Haotian said. Zhang Haotian said. This time, many major factions have gone with pill weapons to open that energy shield. Pill weapons. They actually brought pill weapons. Zichen was surprised. In his opinion, those pill weapons should be in the hands of ancestor-level experts. At this time, those ancestor-level experts were blocked by the light gate, so it was impossible for anyone to bring a pill weapon. The little guy lay on Zichen's shoulder and fell asleep again. Zichen and Zhang Haoyan discussed and decided to go to the depths in a day. During this time, Zhang Haoyan recovered from his injuries. Old Mo, what do you think of this little guy? Zichen asked through telepathy. Although this little guy was cute, its origin was unknown. This was the Saint Burial Ground, and there were dangers everywhere. Zichen could not bring it with him just because it was acting cute. Chapter 380. Elder Hiroshi's brows furrowed at the mention of the little fellow. The holy burial ground was filled with danger. Here, there were no dead people, only corpses. Suddenly, a lively little thing appeared, which was really surprising. This little guy looks very cute. He was just playing tricks before. At most, it could be considered a prank. Elder Hiroshi transmitted his voice. At this moment, the little fellow was sleeping soundly on Zichen's shoulder. It was snoring and drooling. It is indeed cute. But Elder Hiroshi, don't you find it strange? How did this little fellow survive here? Zichen asked a very realistic question. Although cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, they still had to take fasting pills. In the Saint Burial Ground, there was nothing but corpses. It was impossible for a little fellow to survive. Moreover, the little fellow was very special. It was only the size of a palm, but its defense was shocking. Its speed was also terrifying, and it even knew how to transform. It was very suspicious. After pondering for a long time, Elder Hiroshi finally said, "The little fellow is a little suspicious, but it has no ill intentions. It was just trying to scare you and me. It was purely a prank. So far, it has not shown any offensive means. Why don't we keep it by our side and observe it for a while?" This was the result of careful consideration. The little fellow was extraordinary and very young. Once captured, it would definitely be a great help to Zichen in the future. All right then. Zichen nodded. Although he liked this little fellow, he had to treat it rationally. The little fellow was not a threat at the moment, but Zichen would not let his guard down. The little fellow was sleeping soundly and did not know that its fate had been decided in these few short sentences. With the help of the Qin family's pills, Zhang Haotian's injuries recovered by 60% a day later. He could move freely and could go on his way. Squeak, squeak. When the little fellow woke up in the morning, it was very energetic. It jumped back and forth on Zichen's body like a little black ball, shining brightly. "Little fellow, come to me." Zhang Haotian smiled. The little fellow was heartless and played happily by itself. It would grab Zichen's hair from time to time and play on the swing, completely ignoring Zhang Haotian. "Little guy, let me give you a name." The little fellow ignored him. Zhang Haotian tried to find something to talk about. The little fellow rolled her eyes, but this attracted Zichen's attention. Up until now, the little fellow had yet to reveal its true form. Its entire body was shrouded in black light. Other than its 4 limbs and eyes, even its head could not be seen clearly. Yesterday, Zichen had punched it hundreds of times, but he still couldn't shatter the black light around its body. "Hey, little thing, let me see your true body," Zhang Haotian said loudly, wanting to attract the little guy's attention. Swoosh. Lil Thing rolled its eyes and quickly kicked Zhang Haotian's nose again before jumping onto Zichen's shoulder. It was very happy and seemed to be laughing at Zhang Haotian. "What is your true form? Let me take a look so I can give you a name. I can't keep calling you Lil Thing or little guy, right?" Zichen said. Squeak, squeak. The little guy nodded, seemingly very happy. When Zichen spoke, it seemed to never refute. Zhang Haotian stared at it. They were both humans, but the difference was really not small. The black light around the little guy disappeared in an instant, revealing its true form. It was only the size of a palm, with fine hair all over its body. It was as black as ink, reflecting black light without any impurities. Just like a human, it had 5 fingers on both hands, 5 fingers on both feet, and a small head. It was like a little monkey, but its eyes were shining red. What is this? Seeing the little guy's true form, the three were stunned. The little guy was very similar to a monkey, but its hair was pure black and it did not have a tail. It was very similar to a big ape, but it was too small, and its eyes were red. Moreover, there was no such species among the big apes. The three were dumbfounded. Squeak, squeak. The little guy was very cute. It looked at Zichen with its red eyes full of expectation, like a child waiting for an adult to give it a name. Zichen was in a dilemma. What name should he give it? Strange, what kind of beast is this? Elder Hiroshi stared at the little guy with surprise in his eyes. You're so black, and you look like a little monkey. How about Black Monkey? Zhang Haotian said, but the little guy's eyes turned red. It then threw its butt at him, obviously very dissatisfied with the name. Then Black Monkey, Zhang Haotian said again. Pen. The little guy moved his little legs and kicked Zhang Haotian over. He landed on Zichen's shoulder and waved his little fists at him in protest. I gave you a name out of kindness, but you sneak attacked me. Zhang Haotian was anxious. Zichen hesitated for a moment, and finally said, How about Little Black? The little guy did not do anything extreme, but it was very dissatisfied. It waved its fist at Zichen in protest. Zichen was also embarrassed. His original intention was to see the little guy's true form, and he did not know how to name it. I think it looks like an ape, and its body is as black as ink. Why don't we use a homonym and call it Demon Ape? Elder Hiroshi's eyes flashed. After pondering for a moment, he finally said, Demon Ape, a very good name. Zichen nodded, agreeing on behalf of the little guy. The little guy did not seem to be satisfied with the name, but since Zichen agreed, it could only accept. Its face drooped, and the black light around its body once again shrouded its body, leaving only a pair of big eyes. The three of them sped up. During this time, they did not find anything valuable, but they did see a lot of bare ground, as if a layer of the ground had been shaved off. Obviously, these were not inherited battle skills, but the cultivation insights of experts. They had all been taken away by the people of the major powers along with the land. It could be said that nothing was left. After 3 days, they finally saw traces of humans. Dead, all dead. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like the end of the world. They all died. It was just that the few true energy boundary cultivators seemed to have been badly frightened, and their minds were a little confused. As the two of them slowly asked, they finally found some useful clues. The people of the major powers were watching with some fear, but some rogue cultivators could not hold back. Although they did not have spirit weapons, they had a lot of people. If they worked together, it was not a small force. Unfortunately, they did not break through the protective energy. Instead, they attracted lightning with terrifying power, slaughtering everything. In the lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, it was like the end of the world. The rogue cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and only a small number of people were lucky to escape. The people of the major powers are thinking of a way to attack. They attacked a few times, but it was to no avail. Instead, a few of them died. They seem to have found some ancient characters, which are suspected to be necessary to obtain the inheritance. However, no one can recognize them, so they have not made a move yet. They are all studying those ancient characters. Along the way, they obtained many clues and sped up. Zichen was also full of expectations. Elder Hiroshi would definitely recognize those ancient characters. After 2 days, they finally arrived at their destination. There was an inexplicable pressure in the air that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if they had arrived at a peerless, ominous place. Even the little guy who was sleeping soundly woke up at this moment, extremely vigilant. It's indeed extraordinary. When the two appeared, Zhang Haotian also exclaimed when he felt the aura. As for Zichen, he was silent and looked forward. That's Zhang Haotian. It's him. He's still alive. Many people were surprised to see Zhang Haotian, especially those from the major powers. They were stunned, and their faces turned ugly. Damn it, how can he still be alive? More than 10 people attacked. How could they not kill him? A few monsters roared, unwilling to accept this, especially Chu Sun, who could not wait for Zhang Haotian to die immediately. There's another person beside Zhang Haotian. That's Zichen. Zichen. It's him. He's also alive. Didn't he disappear for more than half a month? Everyone said that he was dead. How is he still alive? Everyone was stunned when they saw Zichen, especially those from the opposing forces. Their faces turned ashen when they saw Zichen. They clearly understood what had happened. They had already guessed that those people had died prematurely. Zichen, Zhang Haotian, why are you two together? Zhang Haotian, why are you only here now? Were you waiting for Zichen? Lu Qin, Wang Qiong, Wang Shi and the others also came over when they saw Zichen and Zhang Haotian. They were very surprised. What's this? Is this a pet you took in? Lu Bo was very surprised to see the little guy and was about to grab it. Bang! The little guy was very dissatisfied. It turned into a black light and directly kicked Lu Bo's nose with its 2 little feet, almost knocking him over. The others were shocked. The little guy's speed was too fast. They did not even have time to react. You little thing! Lu Bo touched his nose, but did not argue with it. Squeak! But who knew that the devil ape would not let it go? It kept jumping on Zichen's shoulder with a mocking expression. Damn it, I'm being looked down on by a little thing! Lu Bo cursed. Bang! This time, the little guy was more decisive and used more strength. It directly kicked Lu Bo and made him somersault twice. At the side, the group of monsters all had a strange light in their eyes. The little guy was only the size of a palm, but it was very extraordinary. They did not see clearly when it attacked twice. Damn, Zichen, is this your pet? Where did you get it? It's so strong. Why don't you let me have it? Lu Bo's nose was a little red and swollen as he got up from the ground. Swoosh! The little guy was very angry. It waved its little fist and turned into a black light again. That's enough. Come back. However, at that moment, Zichen reached out and grabbed it before anyone else could. I picked it up on the road. Zichen smiled and signaled the devil ape to be quiet. The devil ape was very obedient and stopped making trouble, but it rolled its eyes at Lu Bo. Zhang Haotian, didn't we tell you to come a long time ago? Were you waiting for Zichen? Lu Qin said. This was a simple and honest little butterball. I met Zichen by accident. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, Zhang Haotian said coldly. There was a cold light in his eyes. What's going on? Is he in danger? Everyone asked. It's those forces. They used despicable means to sneak attack Zhang Haotian. A dozen void flight cultivators attacked together. If I didn't intervene in time, Zhang Haotian might be dead. Zichen looked into the distance. The murderous intent in his eyes was not hidden at all. What? It's those forces again? Damn it! Everyone was furious. P.S. 4 chapters today. There's an improvement. 2 more chapters. I'll make up for it soon. Also, I'm asking for votes. I didn't dare to ask for votes because I didn't update much last month. This month, I can guarantee 300,000 updates. I can ask for votes confidently. Votes. Everything. Chapter 381. Hearing about Zhang Haotian's encounter, everyone was furious. They didn't expect the major factions to be so shameless. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. The major factions had tried to kill him before, and now they wanted to touch his friends. Naturally, he couldn't let them go. We'll talk about this later. What's the situation now? Zhang Haotian said. Obviously, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He wasn't in a hurry to find trouble with the major factions. Although he was usually cold and quiet, he wasn't stupid. He knew that the inheritance was the most important thing now. We've attacked it a few times, but we didn't succeed. This ancient corpse is very strange. It has a strong obsession that makes it immortal. Moreover, every time we attack, it will attract lightning. It's like an apocalyptic lightning tribulation that can even kill people in the air. They sent out their alchemy soldiers and attacked it several times, but it was to no avail. Instead, they suffered great losses. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything. We found some ancient words from the prehistoric era. We suspect that it's the condition to obtain the inheritance. It might also be the root of the ancient corpse's obsession. It's just that we haven't comprehended it yet. A few monsters spoke and told them everything they knew. Take me to see the words from the prehistoric era, Zichen said. Elder Emo was very knowledgeable about the words from the prehistoric era. He would definitely be able to recognize them. Okay, let's go. Everyone led Zichen and Zhang Haotian forward. Where's Evil Good Monk? Why isn't he here? Zichen suddenly asked when the monk's figure disappeared from the crowd. There was no news from the moment we came in. We tried to find the two of you, but there were no clues. Zichen nodded and didn't say anything else. He appeared in the passage and obtained the tyrannical fist. Evil Good Monk might have other opportunities. As they got closer, the oppressive aura in the air became stronger. At the same time, there was a vast power that made people's hearts palpitate. Little Rascal grabbed Zichen's hair tightly, looking very uneasy. Zichen patted it, indicating that it didn't need to worry. Stop, you can't go over here. At this moment, someone appeared in the air and stopped everyone. It was an enemy. He said to them. Now that everyone is discussing the ancient corpse, no one is allowed to come here. Leave quickly. We're just going to take a look at those ancient words. Lu Chen said. He was a member of the Lu clan of Yongqi City. He was a simple and honest man, and he spoke in a friendly manner. No, this is what the various powers have instructed us to do. No one is allowed to pass. You guys can leave now. The enemy was very domineering in the air, not giving Lu Chen any face. Scram! Lu Bo shouted angrily. He came from Red Cloud City, and like Wang Qiong and the others, he had a bad temper. This is the order of all the major powers. No one can go against it. You can't go over. Yukong continued to block in front. Even we can't pass? Said Wang Shi. Cold light flashed in his eyes. They were all monstrous geniuses, and yet, they were stopped by an ordinary warrior in the air. The enemy hesitated for a moment before finally saying, All right, then you can go over. Humph, that's more like it. Lu Bo snorted. Zichen, let's go. Hold on. Yukong stopped them again. Seeing the impatient gazes of the group of monsters, he said, I said that you can pass, but I didn't say that these two loose cultivators can pass as well. You! The monstrous geniuses were furious. This is the decision of all the major powers. You can come and go as you please, but that doesn't include loose cultivators. If you want to go, then go, but loose cultivators can't pass. Look at your own status. You think this is a place where loose cultivators can come? Said the enemy. He glanced at Zichen and Zhang Haotian with disdain. Do you want to die? Said Zhang Haotian coldly. Clearly, he was being targeted. Looking into the distance, those monstrous geniuses were sneering. There were even some Yukong who were glaring at them. What? You still want to fight? You're just a loose cultivator, yet you want to fight against us? Sneered Yukong. Zhang Haotian's eyes flashed coldly, but in the end, he didn't attack. Zichen had been watching coldly before, but now he finally understood everything. He was being targeted again. These major powers were really annoying. Loose cultivators can leave now. Don't be an eyesore here. Look at your own status. You think this is a place where loose cultivators can come? Seeing that even Zhang Haotian had endured, the enemy was even more arrogant. Everyone was infuriated. Zichen's eyes also flashed coldly. Noisy. His voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and waved his golden palm, slapping Yukong. Slap. Yukong was sent flying by the slap. Zichen's attack was heavy. Yukong spurted out blood and half of his teeth fell out. Damn it! You're just a loose cultivator. How dare you attack me? Men, kill this reckless loose cultivator. Yukong was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. He covered his face with one hand, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he continued to clamor. Which bold loose cultivator dares to come here and cause trouble? How dare you provoke us major powers? Do you want to die? Cold voices rang out one after another, followed by waves of surging aura. Many figures flew over to this side. Zichen had just made a move, and there were so many people shouting. Obviously, their reaction was a little too fast. Everyone soared into the sky, and there was a crazy killing intent circulating. It's him. That damned loose cultivator. Everyone, come and kill him. Yukong continued to clamor, his eyes filled with hatred. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Zichen's expression was even colder. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of golden light and stepped forward. Overbearing fist. Essence, chi, and spirit merged. Zichen threw out a punch at the peak. The bright golden light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. On the fist light, there was a terrifying aura circulating. At this moment, Zichen seemed to have turned into a golden armored war god. An aura of supremacy spread out. His cold eyes and overbearing fist shocked everyone. Yukong's expression changed drastically. He kept saying that he was a loose cultivator, but he naturally knew Zichen's identity. He had unparalleled combat strength and had killed many Yukong. However, he never thought that Zichen's temper would be so bad. He actually didn't care about the inheritance and killed him. Yukong took out his spirit weapon. Layers of energy barriers appeared. At this moment, the fist light locked down the heaven and earth. He couldn't even retreat. Pung! A loud sound resounded through the heaven and earth. It was as if a golden sun had exploded. An unparalleled aura spread out. Golden light rippled. Yukong's spirit weapon was instantly shattered. At the same time, the layers of light barriers were penetrated. Blood rained down, and broken bones fell to the ground. This arrogant Yukong exploded, shocking everyone. Other than Zhang Haoyan, who had seen it before and wasn't surprised, everyone else was staring with their eyes wide open. They could still accept killing a Yukong with one blow. However, to explode a Yukong was too unbelievable. It was too shocking. Oh my god, did I see it wrong? Zichen exploded a Yukong with one punch. You didn't see it wrong. He did explode with one punch. In the distance, there were still some loose cultivators who didn't retreat. At this moment, they were all stunned when they saw this scene. Zichen has become stronger again. In the past, he could only kill an early-stage Yukong. But now, he directly exploded. That fist technique is very unusual. There were also some Yukong who were on good terms with him. They were watching from afar. Their eyes flickered. They were quite shocked. Squeak, squeak. Everyone was stunned. The little guy waved its little fist, showing off arrogantly. Its other little paw grabbed Zichen's hair as if it was playing on a swing. Killing our people as soon as you appear. Zichen, what is the meaning of this? A cold voice sounded. The hostile Yukong arrived. There were more than 10 of them. They stood in the air, their killing intent surging as they locked onto Zichen. What is the meaning of this? Even cats and dogs dare to provoke me. Do you think I'm a sick cat? Zichen looked up and swept his cold eyes around. Facing the dozens of Yukong experts, he wasn't afraid at all. How dare you! The Yukong roared, his voice shaking the sky. I think you guys are the ones who are being presumptuous. You've gone too far. Zhang Haoyan stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Zichen. His aura surged. Since Zichen had already made his move, he naturally couldn't fall behind. As for the so-called overall situation, to hell with it. He had already recovered from his injuries a few days ago. Now that he had recovered to his peak, he wasn't a coward. He didn't mind making the situation more chaotic. Killing our people as soon as you arrive. Who is the one who's gone too far? This matter needs to be explained. Otherwise, the two of you can just stay here. One of the Yukong experts spoke. It was a mid-stage Yukong. That's because he deserves to die. Zichen's voice was cold. What means do you have? Use them all. I don't mind sending you on your way. You're quite savage. A mid-stage Yukong sneered. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram. Zhang Haotian also spoke. Since they want to die, then we'll fulfill their wishes. Everyone. Enough. You've gone too far. Lu Bo spoke, interrupting the Yukong experts. Zichen killed people as soon as he arrived, and you say we've gone too far. Do you think killing people is justified? The group of Yukong experts were filled with murderous intent. Whether he deserves to die or not, you know best in your hearts. If you want to use this opportunity to cause trouble for Zichen, then you've miscalculated. Wang Shi also spoke. I don't understand what you're talking about. I only know that a life for a life. The mid-stage Yukong expert looked at Zichen and said, What, Zichen, you have the guts to kill people but you don't have the guts to admit it? Do you have to rely on them every time? Cut the crap. If you want to die, then come. Zichen said coldly. All right, that's what you said. You've heard it. This has nothing to do with you. Zichen killed people, so he must pay with his life. What a bunch of noisy guys. You're always like flies. Back off. Today, I want to see how they'll make me pay with my life. Zichen's eyes became even colder. At this moment, there were dozens of Yukong experts around him. They were almost 80% of the enemy's experts. They were aggressive, so he didn't mind slaughtering them all. You have to be careful. The group of geniuses stepped back, but they all secretly transmitted their voices. Boom. At this moment, the sky trembled. A terrifying aura appeared above everyone's head, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. It fell on Zichen's head. That's an alchemy weapon. They've actually sent out an alchemy weapon. Everyone exclaimed. Boom. Chapter 382. Boom! The sky trembled as an alchemy weapon appeared, emitting a terrifying aura that shook people's hearts. Then, the sky trembled again as another alchemy weapon appeared from the opposite direction, raging with murderous intent. This is the aura of alchemy weapons, and there are 2 of them. 2 alchemy weapons at once, this is really a big move. 2 alchemy weapons at the same time, is this a sneak attack to kill Zichen? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They all looked at the sky and saw the 2 alchemy weapons shining brightly, illuminating the sky. Their power was unparalleled, and boundless murderous intent surged. The aura of the alchemy weapons was too strong. Many people fell to the ground, and even more people began to flee. Obviously, they had guessed that there would be a devastating battle. Boom! Boom! But the 2 alchemy weapons were not the end. Then, 2 more explosions sounded, and 2 more alchemy weapons appeared in the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions, and the void kept twisting. The 4 alchemy weapons released a terrifying aura. Everyone trembled in fear. The space was twisting and trembling, and the aura of the alchemy weapons was devastating. Yukong, who was from the major forces, had already retreated far away. Ling Kong stood in the distance and sneered, taking pleasure in Yifutian's misfortune. Everything was deliberate, and the ultimate goal was to use the 4 alchemy weapons to kill Zichen. It was a perfect plan, and Zichen would definitely die. In the distance, the 4 geniuses appeared, controlling the alchemy weapons and descending from the sky. Boundless aura swept out, and their faces were full of confidence. 4 alchemy weapons! Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a one-hit kill. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. 4 alchemy weapons appeared, and a surging pressure covered the sky and the earth. The void was trembling. The other geniuses couldn't help even if they wanted to. And even if they did, it was too late. The 4 alchemy weapons fell towards Zichen as soon as they appeared. Go! The aura of the alchemy weapons was terrifying. Zichen shouted, and asked Zhang Haotian to quickly retreat. At the same time, he ignored the little fellow's resistance and threw it into Zhang Haotian's arms. Zichen's expression became extremely solemn. This was a sure-kill attack, carefully calculated. His life was in danger. Zhang Haotian refused to leave. He wanted to stay with Zichen. Bang! Zichen made a move. Under his great strength, he sent Zhang Haotian flying. At the same time, the violet-golden gourd between his eyebrows shone brilliantly. The lid of the gourd opened, and 4 rays of silver light shot out from within. The moment they appeared, they enlarged, and the silver light was resplendent. They were like 4 lightning dragons that filled the sky. They carried with them a world-destroying aura as they charged towards the 4 pill weapons. Rumble! The sky trembled as if thousands of thunderclaps were exploding. It was deafening, and the void began to shatter like a mirror. Terrifying energy waves spread out in all directions, wreaking havoc on everything. Zichen's figure was instantly engulfed by the destructive energy and shattered along with the void. Humph, let's see if you can still survive. The pill soldier was repelled and turned back. The 4 Zephyr geniuses sneered. The place where they fought had turned into a huge black hole. Heaven and earth had been devoured. Under this kind of destructive energy, Zichen would definitely die. Puff! Puff! The energy surged and spread out in all directions. In an instant, many people lost their hearing and their minds went blank. Many of the Zephyr Realm cultivators who were watching the battle vomited blood. The 4 lightning dragons exploded. The power was too great. Everyone was glad that they ran fast enough. Otherwise, they would have died. Zhang Haotian was swept by the energy waves and coughed out blood. His face was pale. However, his eyes were filled with unwillingness as he watched Zichen being engulfed by the energy waves. You major forces, I, Zhang Haotian, swear that I will not rest until I die! Zhang Haotian roared hysterically. He became very crazy. Lu Bo, Lu Qin, and the others were also sad. Zichen was engulfed by the destructive energy just like that. Is Zichen dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. One of the strongest Zephyr Realm cultivators died just like that. He didn't die from our attacks. He died from his own trump card. Chu Sun stood in the distance and sneered. He ignored Zhang Haotian's oath. If Zichen was dead, how could he still be alive? They naturally knew that Zichen had trump cards. Moreover, after fighting Zichen for so many years, they had already figured out everything about Zichen. Since they dared to provoke him today, they naturally had the confidence to kill him. When the 4 alchemy weapons appeared, Zichen would have to use his trump cards if he wanted to live. However, when the weapons landed and the trump cards exploded, the surging energy would definitely engulf him. Moreover, it was the explosion of 4 trump cards. Each of them could injure an ancestor. When the 4 combined, the power was unimaginable. He deserves to die. Who asked him to be in the limelight? So what if he's strong? Without a brain, everything is useless. He's brave but not smart. He deserves to die. The destructive energy was dissipating, and in an instant, the space within a few thousand meters exploded. On the ground, 100-meter-deep crater appeared, and there were still traces of energy surging. Not to mention a mere true Yuan 9th celestial layer, even a mid-Zephyr Realm expert would die under this energy without a doubt. Is that so? You guys are so confident. Suddenly, a cold and familiar voice sounded behind the 4. Impossible! The 4 recognized the owner of the voice and let out a strange cry. However, at this moment, a surging energy attacked them from behind. Pun! A huge force appeared and the 4 monstrous geniuses were blown away. However, they didn't die. At the critical moment, a light screen appeared above the alchemy weapons, protecting them in the middle. The 4 of them were blown away and fell on the ground, looking very awkward. They turned to look at Zichen in shock. Impossible! How can you still be alive? This was the meticulous plan of the 4 of them. They had taken into account Zichen's extreme speed and the power of their trump cards. Only then did they come up with a plan to kill Zichen. Even if they had to lose one of their flight users, they had to delay Zichen and allow them to attack. They had thought that Zichen would die without a doubt. However, at this moment, Zichen was still alive, Not only was he not dead, he didn't even have any injuries on his body. At this moment, not only were the four monstrous geniuses dumbfounded, but even the other Zephyrs looked like they had seen a ghost. Wang Qiong and the others also didn't understand. Zichen had clearly been swallowed by the energy, so how could he appear behind the four of them without any injuries? Perhaps only Zhang Haotian had a vague guess. His crazy expression slowly woke up, and shock appeared in his eyes. Zichen is still alive! He's not dead, and he doesn't even have any injuries. The people watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. Zichen stood there without any injuries on his body. On his shoulder, a palm-sized little beast was waving its little fist at the four monstrous geniuses, expressing its dissatisfaction. No one saw that at the critical moment, it was this inconspicuous little guy that showed another extreme speed and saved Zichen. The four monstrous geniuses were shocked. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. If I don't kill you, I'll be constantly schemed against. I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. I don't think I'll miss this opportunity today. Zichen's voice was calm, but his words were incomparably cold. He didn't put the four monstrous geniuses in his eyes before, but today, if it wasn't for this little guy, he would really be dead. Zichen was really determined to kill them at all costs. Of course, it was possible that he was doing it for the pill weapons above their heads. After all, it was something he dreamed of. We have pill weapons! You dare to kill us? The four of them shouted, their eyes filled with ferocity. Swoosh! Zichen moved. He didn't talk nonsense, and his expression returned to normal. However, his attack was very fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Chu Sun and threw out a tyrannical punch. Buzz! The punch shook the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying aura surged. The resplendent fist light illuminated the heavens and the earth, reflecting Zichen's cold eyes. Ha! Chu Sun shouted, not to be outdone. Above the pill weapon, a light screen appeared, emitting a cold aura, blocking in front of him. Pun! With a loud vibration, Chu Sun was sent flying. The light screen above the pill weapon didn't break, but the powerful vibration made Chu Sun cough up blood. Zichen, you're courting death! The monstrous genius of the Tsung family shouted. He controlled the pill weapon above his head and attacked Zichen with a sure-kill attack. The pill weapon's power was boundless, causing the space to distort. It turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Zichen. Boom! Zichen didn't talk nonsense. The silver light between his eyebrows flashed again, and the thunder dragon appeared, rushing towards the pill weapon. In the sky, another explosion sounded. The pill weapon took the attack and turned back, while the monstrous genius of the Tsung family was sent flying. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, the pill weapon vibrated, and two terrifying auras appeared. The monstrous genius of the martial ancestor and the monstrous genius of the Li family controlled their pill weapons at the same time and attacked Zichen. The attack of the two alchemy weapons was peerless, causing everyone's expression to change. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Zichen. Let's see how many trump cards you have! The two of them shouted, and their eyes flashed coldly. With the pill weapons in hand, they weren't afraid of Zichen. Zichen, we're here to help you! A loud shout suddenly sounded, and the sky trembled. Two more alchemy weapons appeared, but they were here to help Zichen. Lu Qian and Wang Shi controlled their pill weapons and rushed towards the pill weapons of the Li family and the martial ancestor. Boom! The pill weapons collided in the sky, and a destructive aura burst out. More people were shocked, and they retreated. At this moment, 6 pill weapons appeared in the sky. Swoosh! Zichen turned into a ray of light, and rushed towards the monstrous genius of the Tsung family. He was injured by his trump card, and Zichen decided to kill him first. Die! The monstrous genius of the Tsung family waved his pill weapon again, and a ray of light appeared. It was enough to kill a Zephyr. Boom! Zichen was ruthless. He had steeled his heart to kill. Another trump card was played. The dome of heaven trembled and shattered. The Tsung family monster was once again forced back with the pill weapon in hand. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and was heavily injured again. Zichen, go to hell! Chu Sun, who had caught his breath, also rushed towards Zichen with his pill weapon. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. He was completely crazy today, and he was determined to kill. Don't use your trump cards again. I'll help you block one of them, Wu Mo said indifferently. Then, he also rushed into the sky with a pill weapon. 7 pill weapons. Chapter 383. 7 elixir weapons, coupled with Zichen's trump card, caused an energy fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth. Everyone retreated in horror, fearing that they would be affected by the energy. Zichen was determined to kill. He kept chasing after the genius of the Tsung family, while the little guy grabbed his hair tightly, fearing that he would fall. Pfft! Blood rained down. The genius of the Tsung family was sent flying again. The elixir weapon in his hand almost slipped out. On the other side, the 6 elixir weapons collided, and an unparalleled destructive aura burst out. This was an intense battle, even the heavens were blasted apart. It was like the surface of a mirror, a large area shattering. Wang Shi, as a member of the Wang family of Yinxia City, had a cold expression. He held a long sword in his hand. When he attacked with his elixir weapon, the power was even stronger. Lu Qin was a simple and honest little butterball. He rarely fought with others and was very kind. At this moment, he was not willing to be outdone. He held his elixir weapon and attacked fiercely. The martial ancestor was forced to retreat, and the elixir weapon in his hand kept shaking. As a member of a refining family, Lu Chen's elixir weapon was naturally not ordinary. Its quality was much higher. It was even more so for Wu Mo. His powers were very strong to begin with, and he dared to fight Zichen and the good and evil monk. When he made a breakthrough to the airborne realm, he alerted the great ancestor of the martial arts clan, who taught him battle techniques of the martial arts clan and gave him alchemy weapons. Chu Sun was already injured. As soon as the two sides fought, he was suppressed by Wu Mo. He was really frustrated to the extreme. Boom! Above the sky, energy kept ringing. Several elixir weapons made beautiful attacks, which made people tremble in fear. The genius of the Tsung family was suppressed by Zichen with his elixir weapon. Under Zichen's continuous attacks, he could not launch an effective counterattack at all. He could only passively defend. Pfft! Zichen's attack was very strong, but it still could not break the light curtain of the elixir weapon. However, he was able to hurt his opponent through the light curtain. The genius of the Tsung family coughed up blood and was sent flying again and again. And during this time, Zichen once again played a trump card, blasting the Tsung clan freak even further away. Zichen, if you really just want to kill people, you can use your trump card as you please. But if you want to use a pill weapon, I advise you to give up and save your trump card. At this moment, Wang Qiong's voice rang out. Zichen frowned slightly, not understanding what Wang Qiong meant. Pill weapons are too precious. Even in a large faction, there aren't many of them. It's impossible to take them away. At the very least, it's impossible now. They haven't truly recognized a master. The one controlling them is still their original master. These geniuses are only temporarily borrowing them, explained Wang Qiong. Zichen clearly hadn't expected that Pill Soldier would say such a thing. He had thought that he would be able to take away the Tsung family's freak after killing him. He had wasted a few of his trump cards for nothing. His heart was filled with regret, and he couldn't wait to kill the Tsung family freak. Terrifying lightning was dormant in the purple golden gourd, but there weren't many of them. It was impossible for there to be no limit. Now that he heard that he couldn't get his hands on the pill weapon, Zichen was very depressed. He didn't want to use his trump card anymore. The only thing he could do now was to slowly kill his opponent. Domineering fist! Zichen shouted, his body glowing with golden light. He threw out a domineering punch, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Boom! As the punch landed, the pill weapon's light screen trembled. It was almost blown away by Zichen, and its Sung family freak was also coughing out blood. Enough. Everyone stop. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A powerful aura surged from the horizon. Such a huge commotion finally alerted the experts who were in the middle of a meeting. Everyone stop. What's going on? Figures flashed, emitting powerful auras. Each of them was at the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm, and there were even some at the peak of the Imperial Sky Realm. Wu Mo and the others withdrew their pill weapons and stood in the air. The battle stopped. Pun! But on the other side, Zichen had no intention of stopping, because the Tsung family freak was on the verge of death. A few more attacks and he might be able to kill him. After wasting 4 trump cards and not being able to get the pill weapon, Zichen was very depressed. He was very unwilling to accept this. He could only kill his opponent 1 punch at a time to vent his anger. He jumped up high like a big bird and attacked the Tsung family freak. Not being able to fly had always been Zichen's weakness. Save me! The Tsung family freak was completely stunned. If it wasn't for the pill weapon's protection, he would have died at least dozens of times. Now that he saw the experts from his family coming, he weakly cried for help. Stop! I said stop! Do you hear me? Seeing the miserable state of their freak, the Tsung family's expert was furious and shouted. His voice shook the sky. This was simply a disgrace. Every time Zichen appeared, he would beat up their clan's monstrous geniuses. Every time, it was a slap in the face. What was even more pathetic was that their clan's monstrous geniuses could not beat Zichen. Pun! But Zichen acted as if he didn't hear anything. He threw out another punch. The glaring fist light made many people close their eyes subconsciously. The Tsung family freak coughed out blood and was sent flying again. He was on the verge of death. Stop! Stop right there! A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Tsung family's expert. In the next moment, the pill weapon protecting the Tsung family freak suddenly trembled, and a crazy aura swept across. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. The power of the pill weapon was at least a few times stronger, and it gave him a sense of danger. Swoosh! His powerful spiritual sense sensed danger. Golden light flashed under his feet, and he flew a few 100 meters away. Silently, a crack appeared where Zichen was standing. The void was cut open, and the pill weapon seemed to have turned into a blurry shadow and disappeared in a flash. How vicious! Zichen retreated again. His eyes flashed coldly, and he used his extreme speed step technique again. Then, the pill weapon flew over again. It was like a light shadow, and wherever it passed, cracks appeared in the void. That's enough, Brother Tsung, Lu Mingyong said, controlling the pill weapon in Lu Chen's hand to block the Tsung family's pill weapon. When the two collided, only a light sound was heard, but the void kept shattering. Huge cracks kept spreading, and it was shocking. Zichen stepped on the lightning flash and retreated at an extremely fast speed. This was because he felt a sense of danger at the very first moment. Boom! Just as he left the place, the void trembled, and a huge hole appeared in the void. Another person controlled the pill weapon and attacked Zichen. What do you mean by this? Lu Mingyong was furious. He controlled the pill weapon and blocked another attack for Zichen. This brat is really bold. He's not strong enough, but he always goes against us. I'll let him know what the dignity of the strong is, and what it means to be inviolable, the Chu family expert said. With a move of his spiritual sense, the pill weapon of the Chu family automatically flew out and attacked Zichen. Humph! Zichen snorted and said angrily, They deserve to die. Are they the only ones allowed to kill me, and I'm not allowed to do anything? You guys are really overbearing. He used his extremely fast footwork and retreated continuously. During this period of time, the space where he retreated continued to shatter. There were 4 elixir weapons that shot towards Zichen, interweaving back and forth. The little guy didn't say a word. He grabbed Zichen's hair tightly, but there was anger in his blood-red eyes. You guys are really shameless. If you want to kill me, just say it, Zichen said coldly, but he was still calm. It's not that we're shameless, It's that you don't know the rules. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. The enemy expert sneered and controlled the pill weapon to attack. Enough. Don't you think you've gone too far? Lu Mingyong said. Brother Lu, it's not that we've gone too far. It's that this brat is too overbearing. Every time he appears, he's looking for trouble with us. We have to kill him. That's right. If we don't kill this brat, how can we stand in this area in the future? That's because you guys provoked Zichen first. You only saw them being killed, but you didn't see the scene where he killed them. Or was this all planned by you guys? Zhang Haoyan stood in the distance and said angrily. Kid, you don't have the right to speak here. You don't know the rules at all. You've gone too far. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson today, one of the Zephyr Realm experts said. Then, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, the pill weapon rushed towards Zhang Haoyan. How was this a lesson? It was killing. Clang. With a light sound, a pill weapon appeared in front of Zhang Haoyan, blocking the attack for him. Enough. Stop. It was the expert of the Wang family. Alright, then we'll let this disrespectful brat go. But Zichen must die. The pill weapon quickly turned and attacked Zichen again. Facing the attacks of several pill weapons, Zichen wasn't as angry as expected at this moment. In fact, his expression was somewhat calm. He just retreated quickly and didn't even use his trump card. Not good. Stop him. He's going to the ancient corpse. Don't let him go. Several monsters exclaimed. Obviously, they had guessed Zichen's purpose. They were afraid that he would go to the ancient corpse and get the inheritance. You want to get the inheritance? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The expert controlling the pill weapon sneered with a mocking expression. If these monsters could see it, so could they. But there was no way a brat in the true energy realm could reach a place that even the pill weapon couldn't break through. It was even more impossible for him to get the inheritance. Zichen used the thunderbolt step technique. His body was like a phantom, constantly moving. At the same time, his hands were forming seals again. This was a set of complicated seals. Zichen hadn't used it for a long time because its power wasn't very strong. It was no longer suitable for this level of battle. But today, under the attack of the pill weapon, Zichen chose to use it. Rumble! After the last seal was formed, rays of golden light appeared in front of Zichen. There were at least thousands of them, like golden lightning. Thunderbolt finger! Roared Zichen. Over 1,000 bolts of lightning shot out in all directions. Some of them shattered as soon as they came into contact with the pill weapons. They were completely useless. Useless brat! You won't be able to escape today! Several experts sneered. There was something wrong with the situation. Lu Mingyong and the others, who usually supported Zichen, didn't continue to persuade him. As for the enemy in the air, they continued to kill. Thunderbolt finger! Zichen shouted again. Thousands of lightning bolts were shot out. Zichen was not far from the ancient corpse. He could feel the terrifying aura. Bah! What bullshit tea is this thunderbolt finger? How dare such a rubbish thing be called such a name? The lightning bolts in the sky were shattered again. One of the experts said in disdain. During this time, many of them attacked Zichen. Even with the extreme step technique, Zichen was still injured. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But he didn't care. He continued to use the extreme step technique and gave up on other battle techniques. He just used the thunderbolt finger. Damn it! What rubbish thunderbolt finger! The expert scolded in disdain. Boom! But in the next moment, a violent aura appeared. It was like thousands of lightning bolts were exploding. A thick lightning bolt fell from the sky like a finger. A finger of lightning. P.S. October update plan. Chapter 384. Zichen was being besieged by several Imperial Sky Warriors, but the forces that usually protected Zichen were actually watching from the sidelines. During this period, Zichen kept on using the useless Thunderbolt finger, which was even more strange. Boom! But in the next moment, heaven and earth violently shook, and a terrifying aura emerged from the sky. A thick thunderbolt, emitting a dazzling silver light, fell from the sky. The sudden unforeseen event stunned everyone. The thick thunderbolt was like a fingerprint, surrounded by silver light and carrying a destructive aura. It fell from the sky and rushed towards the Imperial Sky Warrior. This was a mid-stage Imperial Sky Warrior, who previously attacked Zichen and said that the Thunderbolt Finger was a trash combat skill with a look of disdain. But in the next moment, a Thunderbolt fingerprint rushed towards him, and a destructive aura locked onto him. The terrifying Thunderbolt fingerprint made the Imperial Sky Warrior let out a strange cry. He hurriedly activated his spiritual weapon and put up a defense. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, because this attack was not made by Zichen at all. Boom! Silver light scattered, and the Thunderbolt energy raged. The fingerprint hit the Imperial Sky Warrior, and in an instant, the spiritual weapon exploded. The endless defense dissipated, and the fingerprint exploded. Lightning surged, and silver light shone. Under the shocked expression of everyone, the mid-stage Imperial Sky Warrior exploded instantly, and his soul was destroyed. Such a scene stunned everyone. No one knew what had happened, and the appearance of the fingerprint was even more strange. And looking at the distance, Zichen looked over with a cold expression, and his eyes were filled with mockery. What the hell is going on? Why did a Thunderbolt fingerprint appear in the sky? Could it be that Zichen summoned it? Even further away, everyone was shocked, and they did not understand why a Thunderbolt fingerprint would fall and kill an Imperial Sky Warrior. Brat, is this your doing? A group of Imperial Sky Warriors looked at Zichen with cold killing intent. Humph, he's just courting death. The Thunderbolt finger is broad and profound, and it's a divine skill. How can a mere mortal blaspheme it? He spoke without thinking and blasphemed the divine skill. This is the punishment of the heavens. Zichen sneered, and his clear voice spread across the whole place. Brat, you're talking nonsense. Don't try to scare me with your words. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Anyway, that mortal blasphemed the divine skill and angered the divine spirit. The divine spirit sent down world-destroying lightning and died in the thunder punishment, Zichen said. Bullshit. That Thunderbolt finger of yours is a divine skill, someone from Yukong said in disdain. He didn't believe it at all. Moreover, Zichen kept on calling him a mortal, as if he was a swindler. You mortals, open your dog eyes and see if this is a godly skill. Zichen's voice was loud and resplendent. His body was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. Like a god, he formed another hand seal. It was the Thunderbolt finger again, transforming into millions of thunderbolts. Rumble! Lightning wreaked havoc, golden light flickered, and thousands of lightning bolts appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were like dazzling lightning snakes, rushing forward. Swoosh! A mid-stage Yukong made a move. With a wave of his sleeve, a strong energy appeared and turned into a gust of wind, blowing away the lightning bolts in the sky. Aya, you mortal, how dare you blaspheme the divine skill? This is disrespect to the gods. The lightning that filled the sky dissipated. Zichen let out a strange cry, and an exaggerated expression appeared on his face. Bullsh*T! Stop pretending to be a ghost here. If this Bullsh*T thing is a divine skill, then mine is a main god's skill. Zephyr scolded angrily. No matter how he looked at Zichen, he felt that he was a fraud. He did not believe him at all. You're blaspheming the divine skill. You're blaspheming the owner of the divine skill. Zichen's face darkened. Such a rubbish thing. Divine skill? I think it's more like a fart. Yukong was still disdainful. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky. The void cracked open, and a dazzling silver light appeared. Another fingerprint fell from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. How can this be? The fingerprint appeared again. Everyone's expression changed, but this time, several strong people were prepared and didn't panic. Boom! Boom! In an instant, 4 alchemy weapons flew into the sky, surging with a terrifying aura. They were completely berserk. Controlled by the late-stage Yukong, they rushed toward the fingerprint. The void cracked open. The 4 alchemy weapons were like 4 giant dragons, shining with colorful light. They flew against the sky and faced the fingerprint. But the fingerprint was terrifying. Its surface was shining with silver light, and a terrifying aura flowed. It rushed toward the mid-stage Yukong, and the alchemy weapons were directly pushed back by the silver light. The 4 alchemy weapons couldn't block the fingerprint. In the next moment, the fingerprint touched Yukong's body. The latter let out a scream, and his body exploded along with the fingerprint. The silver light dissipated, and the energy disappeared. But the scream still echoed in the sky, making people's hair stand. The appearance of the finger imprint was too strange. Everyone was shocked. How is it? I said that this is the result of blaspheming the divine skill. It's a divine skill, and its power is unparalleled. How can you mortals judge it? Zichen stood in the distance and said again. He was still talking about mortals, acting like a fraud. Squeak. On his shoulder, the little guy was also jumping and squeaking. It also had the potential to be a fraud. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they didn't understand what was going on. Was it just a sentence? That was impossible. Everyone was surprised, but they didn't believe that it was a divine skill. Most of them guessed that it was Zichen. They were all wondering if it was another trump card of Zichen. Wang Qiong and the others, as well as the few Yukong experts who were on good terms with them, frowned. They had received a message from Zichen, telling them not to move for the time being. As for why, no one knew. Zichen put on the appearance of a charlatan. He was calm and composed, which shocked everyone. That lightning finger was really powerful. Even the 4 alchemy weapons were pushed back. Who could compete with it? The Yukong experts of the opposing forces all had gloomy faces. They didn't know what was going on. One of them looked at Yukong, hinting at him with his eyes. The latter nodded. His eyelids twitched and the corners of his eyes twitched. However, he still mustered up his courage and said, Kid, don't try to trick people here. You're just a mortal. How could you know about divine skills? This Yukong was clearly terrified. He couldn't even speak clearly when he spoke. Impudent! Zichen's shout was like rolling thunder, scaring the other party. He then shouted, You mortals, how can you understand the power of a divine skill? You are all blind, how can you tell the difference between a divine skill and a divine skill? At this moment, Zichen looked like a fraud. Many people chuckled. No matter how they looked at it, Zichen looked like an unreliable fraud. But it was this unreliable appearance that shocked the major forces. No one dared to act rashly. It was better to believe than not. Yukong didn't dare to refute Zichen's roar. But he was warned by the fierce eyes of his own experts. He could only brace himself and said, Humph, what divine skill! Why don't you show us again? All right. Since you want to see a divine skill, I'll show you again. Zichen's expression made many people want to slap him. But no one dared to. They all felt that it was too strange. Swoosh! 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 Between Zichen's fingers, hand seals appeared again. It was the thunderbolt finger again. Thousands of lightning snakes appeared, shining brilliantly, covering the sky. It was an ordinary hand seal with an ordinary might. There was nothing special about it. Everyone present was flying, there was nothing that could make their eyes light up. With a wave of his sleeve, the so-called divine skill vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind a trace of dust. This is a divine skill. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even if they looked at it several times, they still couldn't see where this divine skill was. Not to mention Yukong, even many true energy realm experts in the distance looked down on this set of seals. There was nothing special about it. This is a quack, a living quack, a liar. This was everyone's thought. But because of the previous 2 strange events, no one dared to say it out loud. He must be playing tricks. You should test him again. The Zephyr cultivator transmitted his voice to Zichen, but his eyes were fixed on Zichen, waiting for him to make a move. Yukong's face was covered in cold sweat. But he really couldn't see where the lightning finger was. So he braced himself and said, "Bah, what kind of rubbish technique is this? Don't try to scare people here." Yukong was very cautious. He didn't say anything about God. He only said that the technique was rubbish. In his opinion, it was disrespectful because he said God. After all, God was in existence that should be respected. Boom! But the void was still shattered. A lightning finger appeared, emitting the same terrifying aura. During this time, Zichen didn't move. He just sneered. "Don't save me." Yukong was frightened and cried for help. 4 Dan weapons appeared again. Light flashed, and they went against the sky. But still, they couldn't stop the lightning finger. The lightning finger fell, killing Yukong. Simple and direct. This time, more people were dumbfounded. The way they looked at Zichen changed. Everyone was guessing whether it was really a divine skill, and Zichen was really a divine messenger. But obviously, either of these 2 points was enough to convince people. But the truth was in front of them. How about it, you mortals? Do you still want to see the power of the divine skill? Zichen asked. This time, no one answered. 3 people died in a row. It was obviously not a coincidence. Maybe there was something strange about that battle technique. All the enemies flew. Their faces were gloomy, but they didn't attack. They were all hesitant. You mortals have already seen the divine skill and know that I'm a divine messenger. Why don't you retreat? Do you want to see the divine skill again? Zichen's words made people tremble. 3 people had seen the divine skill and 3 people died. No one wanted to see it again. Well, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. If you mortals want to worship the divine skill, you can come to me at any time. Zichen said and turned to leave. No, he's just pretending. Maybe there's something wrong with the battle technique, but we can just attack him directly. It won't attract the lightning tribulation. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was a genius who reacted. His words woke everyone up. Everyone was enlightened. Before, when they attacked Zichen, there was no problem. It was only because someone said that there was something wrong with the battle technique that it attracted the lightning tribulation. 3 people died in a row. They were all shocked and ignored the fundamental problem. They all thought that killing Zichen would attract the lightning finger attack. Kill. Several Zephyr Realm cultivators regained their confidence. This time, they were full of killing intent. The Dan weapons trembled and burst out with an unparalleled aura. They rushed toward Zichen crazily. This time, if they hit Zichen, he would definitely die. Chapter 385. The sky trembled, and the pill weapons emitted a terrifying aura. They rushed towards Zichen, and at the same time, all kinds of attacks arrived. They wanted to kill Zichen in one blow. Several pill weapons and dozens of attacks. Not to mention that Zichen was only at the true energy boundary. Even if he was at the peak of the Zephyr boundary, he would definitely die. However, Zichen did not dodge. Instead, he shouted loudly. His voice was like thousands of thunderbolts exploding at the same time, shaking the sky. You dare to attack the people of the Thunder Clan? You're bullying us. The rolling voice reverberated between heaven and earth. What the F***ck is this Thunder Clan? You're playing tricks again. This time, it's useless even if you say you're the Thunder God. Go to hell. Someone cursed again. Zichen's appearance made them extremely unhappy. They were scared before, but this time, they would not be fooled again. Boom! The sky trembled, and even more terrifying attacks fell. These enemies attacked with earth-shattering attacks, wanting to kill Zichen in an instant. Those who offend the Thunder Clan die! Suddenly, a shout rang out. The cold voice covered everything, causing people to tremble. Then, it was as if a peerless calamity had come back to life, and a terrifying aura filled the sky. Heaven and earth turned silvery white in an instant. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared at the same time, illuminating the sky. It was like a chain of heaven and earth, connecting the entire sky. Rumble! Thunder exploded, and a terrifying aura surged. Lightning tribulation appeared. Thousands of lightning bolts wreaked havoc, like a scene of destruction. This is lightning tribulation. Heavens, why is there lightning tribulation? And there are so many of them. It's like a sea of lightning. Is Zeichin really the thunder god? What's going on? First, there was the thunderbolt finger, then thousands of lightning tribulation. Who is Zeichin? Looking at the sea of lightning formed by tens of thousands of lightning bolts, everyone was stunned. Thousands of lightning bolts formed the sea of lightning, directly enveloping the enemies in the sky. The rolling thunder was deafening. It's that ancient corpse. It's him who launched the lightning tribulation. It's not lightning tribulation. It's the ancient corpse that's mutated. The sky was filled with lightning, dyeing the heaven and earth silver. Lightning dragons danced, twisting and twisting, emitting a terrifying aura. All the attacks that were launched through the air were destroyed one after another. At the same time, the 4 pill weapons were also repelled by the lightning and turned back. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the enemies in the air changed. This was an anomaly caused by the ancient corpses. In the past, when they attacked with their alchemy weapons, such a situation had occurred. However, there were only a few dozen lightning bolts, unlike today where there were tens of thousands of lightning bolts. How can this be? How can Zeichin make the ancient corpse? Could it be that he stimulated the ancient corpse? To kill? The lightning dragon wreaked havoc, and a destructive aura rippled outwards. Quite a few people cried out miserably in the air as they suffered from the lightning attacks. Even more people were shocked. At this moment, Zeichin was standing in the middle of the sea of thunder. His body was covered by a layer of golden light, and he looked like the god of thunder. Thousands of lightning bolts flashed, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Rumble! The lightning was raging. Thousands of lightning dragons twisted and twisted, carrying a destructive aura that could destroy everything. Boom! Wherever the lightning dragons passed, there would be a series of explosions. Blood rained down from the sky. One of the enemies only had time to let out a scream before he was killed by the lightning. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Thousands of lightning dragons formed a sea of lightning. The enemies in the sky were surrounded by the sea of lightning, and they were all dead. The lightning continued to explode, and the destructive aura rippled. Another enemy in the sky died, and his scream echoed in the sky. The power of the lightning dragons was boundless. Thousands of lightning dragons formed a destructive force that swept through everything. In the distance, many people were dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was obviously beyond everyone's expectation. Zeichin stood under thousands of lightning bolts, and he was unscathed. However, the enemies in the sky were killed one by one. So terrifying. Seems like Zeichin has triggered the ancient corpse's obsession. It's just an obsession, and it has such power. How strong was the ancient corpse when it was alive? In the distance, Lu Bo, Wang Shi, and the others were shocked by the power of the lightning. At the same time, they were curious about how Zeichin triggered the obsession. Help! Zeichin, you're a demon! You'll die a horrible death if you kill us! Screams echoed, and curses were constantly heard. The enemies in the sky fled, trying to rush out of the sea of lightning. Humph, you should be prepared to be killed if you want to kill. Everything that happened today is your own fault. Zeichen's voice was cold. Seeing the enemies in the sky die one by one, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The major forces wanted to kill him and his friends. They schemed, tricked, and used all kinds of methods. Everything that happened today was their own fault, and they deserved it. As soon as he arrived at this area, Zeichin felt a vague wave of energy. It was similar to a summoning, affecting his mind and calling him forward. After he used the extreme speed movement technique, the summoning became even more intense. It was as if there was an aura of the same origin in front of him. Therefore, Zeichin had a guess. When the Supreme Elder came here, he obtained 2 secret manuals. One of them was the Thunderbolt Finger, and the other was the 9 flashes of lightning. The 9 flashes of lightning resonated with each other, and only Zichen could sense it. Then came the thunderbolt finger. Zichen wanted to use the thunderbolt finger to trigger the ancient corpse's obsession. Of course, Zichen was not 100% sure that he would succeed. This was also a gamble. The immortal ancient corpse's obsession was indeed extraordinary. No one disappointed Zichen. They really had some kind of consciousness, which was activated by Zichen. Therefore, the thunderbolt finger appeared. Any cultivator who insulted the thunderbolt finger would be killed by it. However, the major powers reacted quickly. They knew that there was a problem with the thunderbolt finger, so they turned to kill him without saying a word. Therefore, Zichen shouted again. He didn't know what the Thunder Clan was, but Zichen knew that the ancient corpse was from the Thunder Clan. Because before this, Wang Qiong had given him an ancient imprint, and old Mo had translated it. There were the words Thunder Clan in it. Ah, help! The lightning continued to wreak havoc. Miserable cries rang out as the bodies of those in the air exploded. The remaining ones were still bitterly holding on, crying for help. But at this moment, in the midst of the lightning, even the late-stage flight realm cultivators with pill weapons couldn't break through, let alone them. Is he going to kill everyone? The power of lightning is indeed terrifying. Even the experts with pill weapons can't break through. This is a sign that he's going to obliterate all the enemies in the air. This move of Zichen's is ruthless enough. It is ruthless enough. If everyone dies this time, the major powers in the outside world will probably go crazy. The spectators in the distance were incomparably shocked. The lightning was like a giant beast, devouring everything. Everyone seemed to be struggling to resist the lightning. During this period, the flight realm cultivators kept dying. Curses, curses, cries for help, and wails rang out continuously, but they still couldn't save them. Zichen looked at them coldly. His expression was indifferent, but he couldn't wait for them to die immediately. In the distance, everyone exclaimed. Apparently, Zichen had once again performed a magnificent feat and killed the flight realm cultivators. The lightning was wreaking havoc. The early-stage flight realm cultivators would explode with a touch, turning into a rain of blood. The 4 monsters had some tricks up their sleeves. Although they were still alive, they were injured again and again. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. They tried everything, but they couldn't break out. They were all in despair. There was no solution to this place. No one could break out. This was a dead zone. Even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Everyone, don't move. Stay where you are. Suddenly, a late-stage flight realm cultivator with a pill weapon shouted. Don't move. Don't use your energy. Don't try to escape. Stay where you are. Another voice sounded, spreading throughout the whole place. Everyone was in despair. At this moment, after hearing the words of the flight realm cultivator, many people subconsciously stopped. Their eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. But soon they realized that although the lightning was still raging, it didn't continue to attack. They gave up on escaping and resisting, but they were still alive. How could this be? Looking at the lightning flashing in front of everyone, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Just now, the lightning bolts were still actively attacking, cutting off quite a lot of zephyr. However, at this moment, the lightning bolts actually stopped attacking. The sky was full of silver light and lightning. It was still terrifying, but it didn't actively kill. As long as they didn't move, the lightning would no longer explode. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded, including Zichen. In his opinion, by triggering his obsession and triggering thousands of lightning bolts, he would definitely be able to kill everyone, and he would also be able to obtain the 4 pill weapons. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, everything in front of him instantly shattered his wishful thinking. It must be the obsession. Soon Zichen reacted. When the obsession was alive, it was a true human powerhouse. It must have the heart of a powerhouse. At this moment, even if it had turned into an obsession, it still wouldn't want to kill innocent people, especially those who were in despair. Zichen was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't control the obsession. Phew! After surviving, the enemies gasped for breath. Their eyes were filled with joy, but they didn't let down their guard because the lightning field hadn't disappeared. He didn't die! What a lucky bastard! Zhang Haotian cursed. He was very unhappy. Boom! Suddenly, the sky trembled again. A terrifying aura emerged from the lightning field. The entire lightning field was shaking, as if a powerful figure was about to awaken. This is... The next moment, everyone's expression changed. They were overwhelmed with shock and exclaimed. At the center of the lightning field, a tall figure suddenly appeared. His feet were on the ground, and his head was on the sky. He was like a giant of heaven and earth. His figure was imposing, and his boundless power made the entire lightning field tremble. That's the ancient corpse. Could it be that he's alive? His figure was blurry. His back was facing everyone, but there was a monstrous power spreading out. He looked to the east, his eyes emitting a terrifying light. In the lightning field, everyone was terrified. At this moment, they couldn't say a word. Their bodies had already landed on the ground. Under the powerful pressure of the phantom, they were kneeling on the ground. They couldn't even raise their heads. Only Ziqin was still standing there, his body shining with golden light, forming a shield that blocked the endless pressure. He was still standing there, looking up at the phantom. Who can bury me back to the Lightning Clan? Chapter 386. In the Thunder region, a tall figure appeared. It was very majestic, comparable to heaven and earth. His figure was blurry, and he looked to the east with his back facing everyone. His body was surging with a terrifying aura. In the Thunder Sea, except for Ziqin who was standing alone, everyone else was kneeling as if they were kowtowing to the supreme of the human race. They were so frightened that they did not dare to raise their heads. The blurry figure was too strong. Even the late stage and peak of the Zephyr realm had to kneel. In the distance, the others were surprised. Obviously, the appearance of the figure was beyond everyone's expectation. Could it be that the ancient corpse has been resurrected? Everyone was scared. This figure was suspected to be a resurrected ancient corpse. Many people were so shocked that they retreated. It's not the ancient corpse that has been resurrected. It's the obsession that has been completely activated, someone said. Just the resurrection of the obsession had such power. It was even more terrifying. The ancient corpse was protected by an inexplicable energy. No one could get close to it. At this moment, it was still sitting there, looking to the east, motionless. Beside it, the ancient words were emitting a brilliant light. These were all characters from before the ancient times, extremely ancient, the foundation of his will. The tall figure looked to the east and muttered to himself, "Who can bury me back to the Thunder Clan?" No one could understand these ancient words, but through the fluctuation of spiritual thoughts, everyone could understand the meaning of these words. Is this the inheritance? Could this be the key to opening the inheritance? The resurrection of the obsession, the opening of the inheritance. I wonder who can obtain it. Everyone became excited. The obsession of the ancient corpse was to return to the Thunder Clan. That should be his hometown. The obsession did not disappear even after death. There must be someone he cared about there. Everyone guessed that the condition for obtaining the inheritance was to promise the other party to bring his bones back to the Thunder Clan. In a short moment, many people thought of many things. I can. Senior, I can bury you back to the Thunder Clan. In the Thunder region, a man stood up, his eyes full of excitement. After the illusory figure spoke, the pressure around him disappeared. It was as if he was reminiscing about an old friend. Although he was still tall, he no longer had the bearing of an expert. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. However, the sea of lightning was still there. No one dared to act rashly. Senior, I can definitely bring you back to the Thunder Clan. Yukong rubbed his hands excitedly as he made a solemn vow. His reaction was very quick as he was the first to answer. His gaze swept around as he was immensely pleased with himself. As for where the Thunder Clan was, he didn't know, and there was no need for him to know. Quite a few people were glaring at him, feeling vexed inwardly. Boom! The silent sea of lightning suddenly turned violent. Following that, streaks of lightning surged and rushed towards Yukong, who had opened his mouth. With a loud explosion, blood rained down, and Yukong's body was destroyed. The illusory figure still had its back facing the crowd. It did not move at all, as if it did not hear Yukong's words of affirmation. Everything was like the sea of lightning itself, destroying Yukong who had spoken. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand why the sea of lightning suddenly turned berserk. Many of the people who had regretful expressions and thought that their reactions were too slow could not help but shudder when Yukong died. I left for thousands of years in search of the Thunder Clan's inheritance. I went through countless battles, big and small, and narrowly escaped death. In the end, I found the Thunderbolt Finger and 9 deaths of Thunder Clan's battle skills. Above the ancient words, brilliance flashed and shone brightly. The illusory figure seemed to be immersed in his memories as he muttered to himself. He was speaking in the ancient language, so no one could understand it. However, the fluctuation of spiritual thoughts made everyone understand. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. Left for thousands of years. Just these 5 words were enough to shock everyone. Cultivators of our generation went against the heavens to cultivate. It was more like going against the heavens to seize one's life. The stronger one was, the longer one could live. However, even those at the sovereign level only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. They had never heard of a powerhouse who could live for thousands of years. Obviously, this was an extremely powerful existence. His combat strength when he was alive was at least above the sovereign level. Thunder Clan's inheritance, Thunderbolt Finger, and 9 deaths of Thunder Clan's battle skills. In addition, the illusory figure's next words made everyone stunned. They turned to look at Zichen. Previously, Zichen had repeatedly yelled Thunderbolt Finger, saying that it was a divine skill. Everyone had been listening to him for so long that calluses had formed in their ears. But now, they actually heard Thunderbolt Finger from the Phantom's mouth. Moreover, it was one of the 2 great battle skills of the Thunder Clan. It sounded extraordinary. Could it be that Zichen's Thunderbolt Finger is really a divine skill? Everyone had such doubts, but they were soon dispelled. What a joke! Zichen's Thunderbolt Finger was useless. The real Thunderbolt Finger was the Thunderbolt that appeared just now. Everything Zichen had done before was to trigger the obsession and draw out the real Thunderbolt Finger to destroy the enemy. What a deep plan. Everyone in the air gritted their teeth. They hated Zichen to the core. Zichen was silent and listened carefully. However, he was a little surprised. He did not expect this expert to be here for the Thunder Clan's inheritance. After 1,000 years of searching, we heard that the Thunder Ancestor had fallen in the Saint Burial Ground. We came here together to find the inheritance. Unexpectedly, we were plotted against and our spiritual sense was damaged. We don't have long to live. The ancient words glowed and the illusory figure sighed. In a blur, everyone seemed to see the scene that happened in the past. One after another, peerless experts came together to explore the Saint Burial Ground in search of various inheritances. Along the way, they killed gods and Buddhas. However, halfway through, they were ambushed and suffered a fatal blow. Their spiritual sense was damaged and their lives were in danger. In a trance, Zichen seemed to see the betrayal of a friend. It was just like when he and Zhao Ken were at the peak of the mountain. Zhao Ken gave him a fatal blow. It was just that he was luckier than Zhao Ken and did not die. Having the same experience, Zichen was full of sympathy for this expert. At the same time, he also felt the sadness of the other party. My spiritual sense was damaged and my life was in danger. After killing several villains, I mistakenly entered a teleportation formation and arrived here. I don't have long to live. The Thunder Clan's mission was not completed. The 2 great battle skills cannot be transmitted back to the Thunder Clan. They will be left for a fated person to bring them back. The ancient words glowed continuously as the illusory figure muttered to himself. The ancient words were where the ancient corpse's obsession was. At this moment, the illusory figure just opened his mouth and read. In the blur, everyone saw a stalwart figure like light fighting fiercely with the villains. Although he was seriously injured, he still erupted with unparalleled battle strength and killed several people. The illusory figure trembled. A fiery red figure was very clear. It was like a flame creature with powerful battle strength and was fighting fiercely with the expert. The two sides turned into two rays of light and fought fiercely. In the end, the expert was seriously injured and accidentally stepped into a teleportation formation. His figure disappeared. The flame creature roared and seemed to be very unwilling. However, the teleportation formation suddenly disappeared and he did not follow. This was a blurry figure and also a memory left behind by the obsession. He had a deep impression of the flame creature. Obviously, he was the one who attacked first. Is this a foreign race? Zichen was alarmed. He could only see a lump of flames. This was a matchless expert. Within his obsession, there was no word for revenge. There were only two great battle skills that he had painstakingly searched for, as well as the lightning clan. The entire sea of lightning became indistinct. Streaks of silver light seemed to have become a mirror. The expert coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was seriously injured, but he used the last of his life to carve these ancient words. These were words from the ancient times. They shone brilliantly and became his fundamental obsession. Who can bury me back to the Lightning Clan? In the end, the expert sat on the ground and looked towards the east. His eyes were lifeless and gradually returned to silence. Meanwhile, on the surface of his body, a layer of light appeared and spread into the distance. It protected him within and protected his corpse for eternity. At the same time, two hazy lights appeared and floated within the light barrier. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were two ancient texts that were shining brilliantly. However, they were not words from the ancient times, but rather ancient texts. The two great battle skills were passed down in the end. That's Thunderbolt Finger and Lightning 9 Deaths! Someone exclaimed. Clearly, they recognized the ancient words. Many people's eyes became fervent. Everything returned to silence. However, the illusory scene did not disappear. In the past, countless years passed by in a hurry. Until one day, an old figure covered in blood appeared in front of the ancient corpse. He bowed a few times to the ancient corpse and took the two battle skills from the light barrier. Seeing that old figure, Zichen almost cried out in surprise. Because that was the Supreme Elder. It was indeed him who took the two battle skills. The light barrier did not stop him. However, after he took the ancient texts out of the light barrier, the ancient texts that were shining brilliantly changed rapidly. It was as if 10,000 years had passed in an instant. The ancient text turned yellow and withered, about to fall apart. Even one of the pages of the Thunderbolt Finger had turned into dust. With the two battle skills in hand, a surge of energy gushed out from the light barrier and instantly sent the Supreme Elder flying. The sea of lightning erupted and everything returned to normal. Everything before was like an illusion. The imposing figure was still standing in the middle of the sea of lightning. He looked towards the east and muttered to himself as if he saw the Lightning Clan. The illusory scene disappeared and everyone woke up as if from a dream. After that, everyone looked at Zichen in unison. Many of them had evil intentions. Among them, Wu Zong's Yukong was able to recognize the old figure from the scene. The two great battle skills that he had taken away were obviously in Zichen's hands. The inheritance is gone. It was taken by Zichen a long time ago. Could it be that the ancient corpse's obsession is to bring him back to the Lightning Clan? Many people were unwilling. They felt that fate was so unfair. Why did all the good things belong to Zichen? Who can bury me back to the Lightning Clan? The imposing figure spoke again. This was also the last sentence of the ancient words, the last wish. I can. Senior, I can bring you back to the Lightning Clan. Someone else spoke. Obviously, he did not believe that there was no inheritance. Boom! The shadow did not turn his head. The sea of lightning erupted again and shattered Yution's bones. Everyone trembled and did not dare to speak. I can bring you back to the Lightning Clan. At this moment, Zichen spoke calmly. But his calm words were like a promise, triggering thousands of thunder and lightning. The shadow that did not turn around also turned around in the next moment. It was an imposing figure. His appearance could not be seen clearly at all. It was very illusory. The only thing that could be seen was the lightning mark between his eyebrows. It was like a lightning dragon engraved there, shining brightly. The shadow turned around and looked at Zichen. That pair of illusory and empty eyes became solid. There was a terrifying light flashing in them. The lightning mark between his eyebrows seemed to have been revived. Chapter 387. Zichen opened his mouth. His voice was calm, but it caused the thunder to rumble. It was like a promise. The shadow turned around and stared at Zichen. Many people who were waiting for Zichen to be struck by lightning were disappointed. Thousands of lightning bolts rumbled, but Zichen was not killed. The hollow eyes of the illusory figure suddenly became sharp, emitting a frightening light. The lightning mark between his eyebrows became even more vivid, as if a lightning dragon was swimming around. I can bring you back to the Thunder Clan and bring back the Thunder Clan's battle techniques, Zichen repeated, looking at the shadow's eyes. No one spoke. They were all looking at this scene. Many people were waiting for the lightning to strike and kill Zichen. Boom! The sea of lightning was indeed violent, surging with power. Those who were lucky enough to survive the sea of lightning were all thrown out. Zichen was still fine. They fell to the ground, looking at the sea of lightning unwillingly. The sea of lightning forced them back. Obviously, this was the rhythm of Zichen getting the inheritance. Why? Many people roared in their hearts. Why did good things always happen to Zichen? In the sea of lightning, Zichen looked at the shadow. The shadow's terrifying eyes stared at Zichen, as if he wanted to see through him. He just stared at Zichen and did not give him the inheritance immediately. Buzz! Zichen's heart trembled. Lightning yuan rippled, and a strange fluctuation was transmitted through Zichen's body. The illusory figure's eyes became brighter and more intimidating. However, there was also a strange color in his pupils. At this moment, he seemed to have real thoughts. In a trance, Zichen had an illusion that the Thunder Clan's expert was resurrected with the help of his obsession. His real body came back to life, and he looked at Zichen with an even brighter light in his eyes. Various expressions appeared on his face, such as surprise, excitement, and so on. However, all of these changes happened in an instant. In the next moment, the shadow's eyes became hollow and illusory again. At the same time, its entire body became blurry, as if it was about to dissipate. Rumble! The phantom was dissipating, but the sea of thunder had gone berserk. Then, a blinding silver light filled the world, and the sea of thunder was slowly shrinking. The phantom image is dissipating. The sea of lightning is about to disappear as well. Could it be that Zichen is going to get the inheritance? Everyone cried out in surprise. The illusory figure slowly dimmed and finally disappeared from the world. However, as it disappeared, the lightning imprint between its brows remained and flew towards Zichen. Inheritance. That is the true inheritance. That's a lightning imprint, where the inheritance of an expert lies. That's the legacy of an expert. Damn it! Hurry up and fly to me! Many people went crazy. They shouted loudly and rushed forward, wanting to snatch the inheritance. Buzz! The alchemy weapons were shaking. There were a total of 4 of them, and they burst with a terrifying aura. Controlled by the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm, they rushed toward the Sea of Lightning to stop Zichen from obtaining the inheritance. Rumble! The Sea of Lightning went berserk and slowly shrank. It didn't dissipate, but turned into a lightning field. It was like a lightning eggshell, silver and shining, protecting Zichen in the middle. The lightning eggshell's defense was very strong. No matter how many attacks came, they couldn't break it. The alchemy weapons appeared, but they were also pushed back. Damn it! The inheritance is mine! I can't let Zichen get the inheritance. Everyone went crazy and attacked fiercely. Rumbling sounds kept coming out. Among them, the 4 alchemy weapons attacked crazily. However, the lightning field's defense was amazing. It didn't move at all. Inheritance! Zichen got the inheritance just like that. Damn it! Many people roared, unwilling to accept this. This is the obsession of an expert. It's a defensive light shield for Zichen. Obviously, it's to let Zichen comprehend the inheritance. In the distance, many people spoke. They didn't fight for the inheritance. Although they felt regretful, they also knew that this kind of lightning inheritance wasn't something they could get. Zichen's appearance meant that they were destined to have no fate with the inheritance. In the lightning eggshell, the lightning mark rushed towards Zichen. This was the source of the summoning. After leaving the shadow, Zichen's perception was clearer. As if they were of the same origin, Zichen didn't resist and let it rush to his forehead. In the next moment, Zichen felt a burning sensation between his eyebrows. It was as if there was a fiery mark imprinted on it. This was the mark of the Thunder Clan. It represented the identity of the Thunder Clan. At this moment, the mark was imprinted between Zichen's eyebrows. However, it wasn't silver, but golden. The golden light was dazzling, like a golden lightning dragon. At the same time, 2 inheritance battle skills appeared in Zichen's mind. Thunderbolt Finger and Thunder 9 Deaths. Thunderbolt Finger. This was the real Thunderbolt Finger. It was the real Thunderbolt Finger. A Thunderbolt Finger appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Lightning flashed, obliterating everything. It illuminated Zichen's sea of consciousness. Zichen sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Thunderbolt Finger. This finger appeared in his mind continuously. When he had completely memorized the Thunderbolt Finger, the Lightning Youth appeared in the lightning space. He shot out a Thunderbolt Finger with incredible power. After that, there was the Thunder 9 Deaths. However, it was still incomplete. When he reached the 4th death, he had a cultivation technique. The Lightning Youth had evolved the 4th death to the true essence. Such a peerless expert had searched for thousands of years and only found the Thunder 9 Deaths. From this, one could see that this cultivation technique was extraordinary. It also indirectly proved that the Lightning Youth was terrifying. He had evolved the Thunder 9 Deaths in just 1 death. In addition, there was a map in the lightning mark. It was the location of the Thunder Clan. However, it was only within the Thunder Clan. There was no accurate location. Damn it, it's been 10 days. Why hasn't the lightning eggshell disappeared yet? 10 days' time is enough for Zichen to memorize all the inheritances. Could it be that we've really missed the inheritances? I can't accept this. So what if Zichen obtains the inheritances? After he dies, the lightning mark will be mine. Even if we can't get the inheritances, we can't let him live. Everyone had waited for 10 days. During this period, they often attacked the lightning eggshell. However, they couldn't break it at all. The lightning eggshell's defensive power was amazing. It was like a boulder that didn't budge. At this moment, they could only wait. The enemies were all gritting their teeth. They were filled with unwillingness. They were all prepared to kill Zichen. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. The lightning eggshell's light dimmed a little. It seemed that the protection time set by the experts was about to end. Everyone, attack with all your strength! The enemies were on the move again. They launched one attack after another. Powerful elixir weapons swept through everything. They landed on the lightning eggshell, causing the world to tremble. During this period, the monsters who were on good terms with Zichen wanted to stop them. However, many people were jealous of Zichen's obtaining the inheritances. Not many people wanted to stop them. In the end, they retreated due to the power of the elixir weapons. Boom! Time passed. The earth trembled. The enemies were really crazy. They wanted to break the lightning eggshell to prevent Zichen from successfully obtaining the inheritances. They wanted to disturb him. In the outside world, The sound of energy explosions was constantly heard. The enemies were panting. They were desperately attacking to disturb him. However, within the lightning eggshell, Zichen had already sunk into a deep state of comprehension. The lightning youth had demonstrated every move of the thunderbolt finger for him and demonstrated the fourth lightning flash for him. He had comprehended the quintessence of the true meaning, and Zichen had also advanced by leaps and bounds in this deep state of comprehension. Time passed. The lightning eggshell had been there for more than a month. The light inside became dimmer. The enemies still didn't give up. They kept attacking, which consumed a lot of their energy. However, after nearly a month of attacks, there was a result. A crack appeared in the lightning eggshell. "Everyone, let's work harder. Break this thing and kill Zichen," said a monster coldly. A crack appeared. "It will be broken soon. Kill Zichen and snatch the inheritances." The four monsters were cheering for their own experts. Attacks were launched again. The enemies worked together to break the lightning eggshell. 1, 2, 3. After about 300 attacks, the crack finally spread to the entire lightning eggshell. Boom! With a loud sound, the lightning eggshell burst open. The silver lightning energy raged everywhere. "Kill Zichen and snatch the inheritances." The lightning eggshell burst open. Cold, murderous voices were heard. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a golden light appeared from the energy of the explosion. It rushed toward one of the monsters with crazy, murderous intent. Puff! The golden light flashed, and a cold lightning bolt flashed. The head of an early-stage Imperial Sky Warrior flew up high. The headless body spurted blood. In the distance, another monster appeared. There was a bloodstain on his arm. There was fear in his eyes. If he didn't react in time, he would have died. Zichen has appeared. He almost killed the monster as soon as he appeared. Everyone's expression changed. Zichen appeared in the distance. His cold eyes glanced at the crowd. Finally, they fell on the four monsters. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You provoked me again and again. I won't let you go today. Kid, I should say that to you. You can't escape today. The inheritances are ours." A late-stage Imperial Sky Warrior appeared. He was emitting a horrifying murderous intent. Then, figures flashed and surrounded Zichen. 4 of the alchemy weapons floated in the sky. They were locked in 4 directions. They emitted a horrifying aura and were ready to attack at any time. Around them, there were many Imperial Sky Warriors with murderous intent. This time, it was no longer 4 forces but 5. The Gum family also joined in. "Humph, new and old grudges. Let's settle them together." Facing dozens of Imperial Sky Warriors, Zichen was not afraid at all. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He rushed toward one of the monsters. "You're courting death." As soon as Zichen moved, the other Imperial Sky Warriors moved as well. Endless murderous intent surged and they all attacked. In an instant, the sky was flooded with energy. The sky kept shaking. Swoosh! Lightning flashed under Zichen's feet. His speed was more than twice as fast as before. In the midst of the attacks, he dodged left and right. He brushed past the edges of the blades and rushed to the front of a monster. Boom! Chapter 388. One Punch. With just one punch, Zichen had defeated a genius. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Such ferocious battle prowess had shocked everyone. With Zichen's growth, the gap between him and the geniuses was getting bigger and bigger. Zichen's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He was determined to kill these geniuses. In his opinion, the so-called geniuses of the big forces were just flies. If it weren't for the power of his family, Zichen would have killed them many times. "How dare you!" But before he could finish the second attack and kill the genius, an alchemy weapon fell from the sky towards Zichen. It was very fast. Wherever it passed, a crack was cut in the space. Puff! The alchemy weapon fell rapidly. With a flash of light, Zichen was split into two. Not good. However, the expert controlling the alchemy weapon was not surprised at all. Instead, his face changed. At this moment, Zichen, who was split by the alchemy weapon, suddenly disappeared. In front of the other genius, Zichen appeared. The one that was split was just an afterimage. Domineering fist! Zichen shouted. His body was shining with golden light as he punched out again. The genius from the Tsung family was shocked. His eyes were full of fear. He couldn't dodge Zichen's powerful punch at all. Boom! In the dull explosion, all the defenses of the genius from the Tsung family were destroyed. At the same time, he was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. With two punches, he injured two geniuses. Zichen's combat power was amazing. At this moment, the second wave of attacks from the Zephyrs arrived. At the same time, there were 4 alchemy weapons falling rapidly towards Zichen. Golden light flashed under Zichen's feet. He showed an extreme speed and dodged in an instant. This was a battle that made people blush with shame. Tens of people took to the skies and attacked together, killing Zichen alone. Their brilliant attacks covered the sky and covered the earth. However, Zichen was like a beam of golden light. He dashed left and right, moving around the edges of every attack. Even the pill soldiers couldn't do anything to him. The world moved extremely fast. Thunder and lightning flashed in all directions. Zichen seemed to have entered a realm where there was no one. Bang! Every time he appeared, Zichen would unleash his most powerful punch. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. With a loud explosion, a rain of blood splattered everywhere. An early-stage Zephyr cultivator was blown up, unable to even withstand a single blow from Zichen. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Even those who wanted to help were completely dumbfounded. Zichen was too strong. He moved around the sky full of attacks and killed his way through the air. The heavens and earth shook, and the sound of explosions rang out continuously. Every time an explosion rang out, it meant that an early-stage Zephyr realm expert had been blown apart by the tyrannical fist. Early stage of Zephyr, retreat quickly! The late-stage Zephyr realm expert shouted and controlled the pill soldiers to attack quickly. But every time, Zichen narrowly avoided them. So far, they hadn't attacked Zichen yet. At present, Zichen's combat power could completely kill any early-stage Zephyr realm expert. Even the monsters couldn't defeat him. They would only be courting death if they came up. Many early-stage Zephyr realm experts retreated as if they had been granted amnesty. They didn't want to provoke Zichen anymore. Swoosh! But Zichen was obviously unwilling. The light under his feet flickered, and he stuck close to them like a shadow. Bang! Another domineering punch. Golden light flashed all over the sky. Another early-stage Zephyr realm expert was blown up. That's terrifying. Is he going to kill all the early-stage Zephyr realm experts? Everyone was extremely shocked and dumbfounded. Zichen had extreme speed and was extremely powerful. Those early-stage Zephyr realm experts couldn't even retreat from the battlefield. A frenzied massacre was still ongoing. Many experts were so angry that they roared and attacked fiercely, but it was almost useless. Zichen dodged with extreme speed. In the sky full of attacks, it was as if he had entered a no-man's land. He shuttled between all kinds of spirit weapons and killed those early-stage Zephyr realm experts. Screams and cries for help were constantly heard. For those early-stage Zephyr realm experts, today was the end of the world. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. Ah, Zichen, come and fight me if you have the ability! A mid-stage Zephyr realm expert roared in anger. His spirit weapon turned into a light and slashed at Zichen at extreme speed. Bang! A punch fell, and the spirit weapon was instantly shattered. At the same time, Zichen turned into a light and rushed to the mid-stage Zephyr realm expert. A punch fell and made a dull sound. The mid-stage Zephyr realm expert was sent flying by Zichen. He coughed up blood and was obviously injured. He injured a mid-stage Zephyr realm expert with one punch. Is he really just a true energy realm expert? Are all Sky Realm experts so terrifying? Unparalleled combat power is also so terrifying. If a true Energy Realm expert has such strength, then if Zichen breaks through to Zephyr Realm, who can suppress him in the Zephyr Realm? Everyone was in an uproar, feeling incredible. Zichen not only crossed the realm, but also a realm. This was too incredible. Once he broke through to Zephyr Realm, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? Buzz! Above the sky, the alchemy weapon was trembling, and a terrifying aura burst out. The late-stage Zephyr Realm expert roared and controlled the alchemy weapon to slash at Zichen at extreme speed. At the same time, the alchemy weapon in the other three directions also launched a terrifying attack. Boom! The entire sky exploded, and a huge black hole appeared, spreading in all directions and causing a terrifying fluctuation. The Zephyr Realm experts holding alchemy weapons were extremely crazy, but they still couldn't do anything to Zichen. He was like a light, rushing to the left and right, rushing to the Zephyr Realm experts. Bang! In a few flashes, Zichen came in front of another early-stage Zephyr Realm expert. The latter's eyes were full of despair, and the next moment, a glaring fist light swallowed the opponent. Today was the doomsday of the early-stage Zephyr Realm experts. Pfft. During this time, several mid-stage Zephyr Realm experts were beaten by Zichen, coughing up blood and flying backward. Everyone was furious. Zichen's combat power was strong, but it was impossible to beat so many people. Two mid-stage Zephyr Realm experts were able to suppress him. However, that strange speed really made people feel helpless. Damn it, Zichen, do you dare to stop and fight with me fair and square? See if I can't kill you. A mid-stage Zephyr Realm expert roared in anger. Humph, wipe the blood at the corner of your mouth first. Zichen snorted coldly, extremely disdainful. The one who was beaten back just now was him. The Zephyr Realm expert was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. As for the late-stage Zephyr Realm experts, they were not afraid of Zichen, but they could only chase after Zichen. Powerful attacks shook the void, but they could not do anything to Zichen. So far, they could not even touch the corner of his clothes. What the hell is this speed? Everyone was speechless. Zichen, do you dare to stop and fight with me? I can let you use one hand. The late-stage Zephyr Realm expert shouted. He had strong confidence that he could kill Zichen in a one-on-one fight. Idiot, you are only at the late-stage Zephyr Realm. How can you say such ignorant words? If I were a Zephyr Realm expert, I could kill you with one blow. Zichen flashed quickly and said disdainfully. Aren't you known as a sky martial artist with unparalleled combat power? Do you only know how to run? Stop if you have the ability. Let's fight fair and square. Do you dare to fight like a man? Don't run like a mouse. During this time, all kinds of provocative voices were constantly heard. Zichen sneered. He would not be fooled at all. Only an idiot would stop the fierce battle in such a situation. Zichen responded to everyone's provocation. He rushed to the early-stage Zephyr Realm experts and blew them up with a punch. A rain of blood filled the sky. The end of the early-stage Zephyr Realm had arrived. Not good, quickly protect young Master Chu Sun. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Unknowingly, Zichen had passed through the heavy blockade and appeared in front of Chu Sun. The early-stage Zephyr Realm experts, except for those who died, were almost all evacuated. However, the few monsters were heavily protected. After all, they were the main targets of Zichen. But unexpectedly, Zichen still appeared in front of Chu Sun with extreme speed. Chu Sun shouted and retreated quickly. The cold aura around him surged, propping up a defensive light shield. At the same time, several rays of light flashed in front of him. They were all spirit weapons, blocking in front of him. Boom! Zichen threw out a punch. It was direct and violent. Many spirit weapons exploded in an instant, and at the same time, layers of defense were broken, hitting Chu Sun's body. The latter coughed out blood and flew backward. He was seriously injured. As expected of a monster. When Zichen could kill the early-stage Zephyr Realm experts, he didn't kill him in one blow. When he threw out a second blow, it was already too late. Many attacks came one after another. Kill him! Don't let him escape! Chu Sun shouted. His eyes were full of hatred, and then he retreated from the battlefield. At this moment, only the monster of the Li family was left, and he also wanted to retreat. Damn Zichen! We must kill him! Don't let him escape! His inheritance is ours! The monster of the Li family gritted his teeth and was about to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Zichen shouted. The golden light around him flashed again, and he was about to rush forward. Boom! But in an instant, the sky was violent and terrifying. Murderous intent surged. Several elixir weapons appeared in front of Zichen, almost killing him. He quickly retreated and dodged the attacks. Idiot! The monster of the Li family sneered. At this moment, many strong cultivators were protecting a monster. It was obviously difficult for Zichen to kill him. And without the early-stage Zephyr Realm experts, the battlefield was shrinking bit by bit, and they were determined to kill Zichen. Damn it! Zichen cursed. He knew that it was hopeless to kill the monster, and he had to leave. Otherwise, there would be no way out if those strong cultivators shrank the encirclement. After all, he wasn't in the air. He could move freely here because of his extreme speed. But once the battlefield shrank, his extreme speed would be greatly limited. You're lucky. Zichen snorted. He was very unwilling to die because he couldn't kill the monster again. Don't you want to kill me? Come on, I'll just stand here and wait for you to kill me. Seeing that Zichen was about to leave, the monster of the Li family provoked and sneered. Squeak! At that moment, the devil ape's voice rang out. It was only the size of a fist and had been sleeping in Zichen's arms. At that moment, it crawled out and stretched its body. Its beady eyes looked around and saw the Li clan freak provoking them. Squeak! The little guy waved its fist and shouted at the monster of the Li family. Little guy, don't be so arrogant. Take it and make a soup for me later, the monster of the Li family said. Squeak! His words obviously angered the little guy. The latter waved its little fist angrily. Humph, beast! The monster of the Li family snorted. The little guy was really angry. This time, it let go of its fist and waved its little paw, grabbing at the monster of the Li family. A black light flashed. Idiot! The monster of the Li family was disdainful. However, in the next instant, his expression greatly changed and he was overwhelmed with shock. That was because, at some unknown time, a black light had curled up around his body. Furthermore, his body was not listening to his commands and was flying forward. Chapter 389. Zichen retreated from the battlefield. The only Li family disciple was being protected by layers of experts. There was no hope for him to kill him today, so he decided to retreat. Otherwise, if he waited until the encirclement shrank, he would most likely die here. Just at this moment, the Li family disciple who was being protected by so many experts suddenly flew into the air. Black light curled around him as if he was bound by chains as he flew toward Zichen. Seeing this scene, Zichen was dumbfounded. The others were also dumbfounded. They didn't understand why the Li family disciple would take the initiative to attack. But looking at the other party's shocked and frightened expression, it wasn't voluntary. Gigi. The devil ape landed on Zichen's shoulder and jumped around happily. It continuously waved its little fists at the Li family disciple and bared its fangs, trying to put on a ferocious appearance. It's you, little fellow. Zichen stared at the devil ape in a daze. Just what was this little fellow? It was already very strange that its speed was faster than his. Now, it even displayed another battle skill, restraining a monstrous genius in an instant, making him unable to resist at all. This was clearly a mysterious little fellow. Its methods were very unique, and it wasn't just limited to scaring people. Let go of me! The Li family disciple was both shocked and furious. The energy in his body surged wildly, wanting to disperse the black light. But the black light was like a chain, extremely tough. He couldn't break it. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the freak from the Lee clan. It was as if the freak from the Lee clan was being pulled towards Zichen by a rope. Gigi! The devil ape cried out, its little hands constantly gesturing at Zichen. Its meaning was that the black light wouldn't be able to last much longer, and that he should hurry up and kill the enemy. Zichen sobered up. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Light flickered under his feet, and he turned into a ray of golden light. He instantly shot toward the Lee family disciple, clenching his fist and punching. The dazzling golden light made everyone unable to open their eyes. That terrifying punch was extremely overbearing. It could be said that it was Zichen's full-strength attack. Zichen was going to kill that monstrous genius today. Stop! Zichen, stop! Loud shouts rang out as many experts rushed towards Zichen. Sharp attacks appeared one after another, but it was clear that they were too slow to react due to their previous days. No. The swirling black light disappeared in the next moment. The Lee clan genius saw Zichen's stunning punch and let out a miserable cry. Bang! The tyrannical fist landed, emitting a muffled sound. The Lee clan's freak was sent flying, coughing up blood. He had suffered a fatal blow. The freak from the Lee clan flew backward with a terrified expression on his face. He was a freak, and his life force and combat prowess were very strong. He did not die in one strike, which made him feel somewhat lucky. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance to kill Zichen. His frightened expression turned to one of resentment, but soon, he began to scream in fear. This was because the little thing had waved its little paw at him again. The black light flashed, and in the next moment, his body was once again surrounded by black light. It was like a chain that bound him in the air, and he no longer flew backwards. At the same time, he flew towards Zichen. No, no! The freak from the Lee clan screamed in horror, his voice shrill. Thunderbolt finger! With such an opportunity, Zichen naturally would not let it go. He shouted, and golden light surged around his body as he struck out a powerful battle technique. In the next moment, the void trembled, and a golden finger appeared, with the unique destructive aura of thunder and lightning, pointing at the freak from the Lee clan. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and golden light overflowed, dyeing the sky. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the freak from the Lee clan exploded along with the golden finger, and a large amount of blood rain burst out. The freak from the Lee clan was completely destroyed. Everyone was dumbfounded. A freak from the Yu family disciple was really killed, and in just 2 strikes, there wasn't even a complete corpse left. Bright red blood rain sprinkled down, accompanied by some dismembered corpses, making popping sounds, reminding everyone that this was not an illusion. He's really dead. Zichen really killed a freak from the Yu family. A freak from the Yu family died in front of me just like that. Everyone was shocked, and the other 3 freaks were scared out of their wits, but at the same time, they felt very lucky. Zichen's combat strength was too strong, and it was terrifying, but at this moment, what also attracted everyone's attention was the little guy on his shoulder. It was only the size of a fist, and its body was surrounded by black light. It was very inconspicuous, but it was precisely because of its existence that Zichen could successfully kill the enemy. The battle technique that made people unable to move with a wave of its little paw was even more shocking. What kind of monster is that little guy? It can trap a freak at such a small age. It's only the size of a fist, and no matter how you look at it, it looks like a pet, but it has such a skill. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zichen was a sky-level warrior, and his combat strength was strong, and he was known to be unparalleled. Everyone could accept that he could kill enemies above his level, but that little guy was only the size of a fist, and it was also extraordinary. It was unbelievable. Boom! With the death of the freak from the Yu family, many attacks came. The people from the Lee clan seemed to have gone crazy, and they attacked Zichen with all their might. The alchemy weapon was trembling, and a terrifying aura kept surging. A large area of the void was shattered, and the fierce attacks were stronger than the one before. The three of you, if I see you again, that day will be the day you die. After killing a freak from the Yu family, Zichen stopped while he was ahead. After threatening them, he turned into a golden light, dodging the attacks, and flew away. The three freaks' faces were pale, and their eyes were full of unwillingness. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Zichen was indeed strong, and he still threatened them after killing them. It was a slap in the face. Zichen, don't run away if you have the guts. Even if we have to kill 100,000 miles, we, the Li clan, will kill you. From now on we, the Li clan, will not rest until you die. The major forces were furious, and the people of the Li clan went completely crazy. He was too arrogant, and he killed 3 of their freaks. Their Li clan's face was about to be destroyed. We have long been enemies. Zichen snorted. The people of the Li clan went crazy, and they shouted in anger. Except for the early stage of the Yu family, the rest chased after Zichen. As for the other forces, they also chased after him. I'll let you go today. When I break through to the Yu family, we'll settle our old scores. Zichen turned into a golden light and flew away, and soon left the battlefield. He flew in front of the ancient corpse, and the light shield around the ancient corpse was still there, and no one could shake it. Zichen pointed his finger, and golden lightning surrounded his finger, and pressed on the light shield. Pung! The light shield that couldn't be broken even by the alchemy weapons exploded under Zichen's finger, turning into specks of light. At the same time, the ancient corpse in the light shield also dissipated at the same time, turning into thousands of specks of light, floating in all directions. Senior, I'll take you away. Zichen pointed between his eyebrows, and a light flashed. The purple golden gourd appeared, shining with purple light. As the lid of the gourd opened, a psychedelic light was released, and a suction force directly sucked in the thousands of specks of light. The purple golden gourd was very large, and there were many compartments in it. The thousands of specks of light were sucked into one compartment. After that, Zichen turned into a ray of light and fled. As for the ancient characters on the ground, after the disappearance of the ancient corpse, they seemed to have experienced the passage of time, and slowly dimmed. The last trace disappeared when Zichen left. Zichen left, but his battle record was still shocking. Many people stared in the direction where Zichen fled, and they didn't move for a long time. It was too shocking. Dozens of Zephyr warriors and 4 alchemy weapons couldn't stop Zichen. Instead, they allowed him to kill many of the early-stage Zephyr warriors, and even a genius. The Li clan had gone crazy. The one who had died was a monstrous genius who had wanted to go out and make a name for himself. They had hoped that he would bring glory to the Li clan, but unfortunately, before he could leave, he had been killed by Zichen, cutting off all their hopes. Moreover, Zichen had already killed 3 of their geniuses, which was a huge loss. The other opposing factions were also hot on Zichen's tail. However, they did not chase him for more than 10,000 miles. Along the way, they saw quite a number of battle skill inheritances, as well as the insights of other powerful individuals. Hence, they stayed behind and stopped chasing after Zichen. Only the Li family really chased for more than 10,000 miles. However, after 10,000 miles, Zichen disappeared without a trace. In the vast land, there was not a single person. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, it was dead silent. Zichen, the Li family and you are irreconcilable. The roar of the Li family experts resounded in the vast land, and the echoes didn't dissipate for a long time. It could be seen that this time, Zichen really hurt them. Zichen didn't hear the roar of the Li family members. He was already thousands of miles away, and no one could catch up with him under the extreme speed of the world. The devil ape jumped around on Zichen's shoulder. It was very happy, and sometimes it would grab his hair and swing, carefree. Since the little guy saved his life last time, Zichen's attitude towards the little guy changed a lot. Obviously, the little guy didn't have any bad intentions, or it wouldn't have saved him last time. Along the way, the two naturally talked more. The devil ape was very happy, but when Zichen asked about the method to trap the genius, the devil ape kept shaking its head, and fell into a daze. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was very rich, and it was very suitable for cultivation. Zichen wasn't in a hurry, and he cultivated as he walked. Sometimes he would find some insights of the experts, and he would sit cross-legged next to them, carefully comprehending. Sometimes he would see a move or half a move left by the human experts, and he would slowly understand it, memorizing it, and let the lightning youth practice it. His body and mind were rarely relaxed, and he also gained a lot along the way. He obtained a few battle skills, and they were very powerful. In this way, Zichen traveled thousands of miles, and his strength was steadily improving. He was not far from the spirit origin realm. In the following time, Zichen found a secret place to concentrate on cultivation, and strive to break through to the Zephyr realm in one fell swoop. When his strength broke through to the Zephyr realm, Zichen's combat strength would be stronger. At that time, he would naturally be able to fight with the late stage of the Zephyr realm. In this place, he wouldn't be afraid of any forces. Cultivating at night, comprehending the two great battle skills during the day, and at the same time comprehending other battle skills. Zichen's life was very peaceful and very comfortable. However, this comfortable life only lasted for a month before it was disturbed. Amitabha. On a certain day, a Buddhist chant sounded outside the place where Zichen was in seclusion. Boom! Chapter 390. Amitabha. As soon as the Buddhist chant was heard, a strong force swept over and Zichen's place of seclusion instantly exploded. Debris flew everywhere and dust filled the air. A bald monk stood outside quietly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. It was the evil good monk. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was extremely rich. Every night, there would be energy surging as if there was something absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The monk guessed that there was a treasure here. Damn monk! But as soon as the place was blasted open, he heard a familiar roar before he could see the treasure. Then, a figure rushed towards the monk. It's Zichen. The monk's eyes narrowed slightly as he cursed his bad luck. Why did he meet this unlucky guy? In the words of Buddhism, he and Zichen were fated. But it was an ill-fated relationship. When he first met Zichen, the latter was only an insignificant connate cultivator, but he made him suffer the first loss in his life. After that, he suffered endless losses. Anyway, meeting Zichen was bad luck for him. So in his heart, Zichen was just an unlucky guy. He didn't expect to meet him today when he was looking for a treasure. Boom! A strong aura surged and a dazzling golden light flashed. Zichen made a strong attack without any intention of holding back. The monk cursed his bad luck. He didn't check the almanac before he went out. He might burn incense for Buddha, but he didn't dare to show weakness. Golden light flashed around his body and he chanted again. A golden light shield appeared on the surface of his body. It was the Buddhist divine art of protection. Runes surrounded it and golden light flashed. Old monks were chanting scriptures and formed a light shield, which was known as the strongest defense. Boom! The two collided violently, and the world trembled. The ground cracked and the cracks spread for hundreds of meters, stirring up a cloud of dust. The monk kept retreating as golden light rippled around his body. Every time his feet landed, the ground would tremble and a deep footprint would appear. After taking 8 steps back, the energy of Zichen's overbearing punch was completely neutralized, but the divine art of protection was still there. A punch that could kill an early-stage Zephyr realm expert instantly didn't break the monk's defense. If others saw this, they would be dumbfounded. Bald donkey, why did you destroy my place of seclusion? Zichen's face was gloomy and filled with anger. But in his heart he was shocked. This monk's strength was indeed extraordinary. Amitabha, please do not be angry. The monk's expression was solemn as he placed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. That's enough, you wicked monk. You don't have to act like a disgusting senior monk in front of me. I feel disgusted just by looking at you. Zichen waved his hand, indicating for the monk to stop. He said directly, Just tell me why you destroyed my place of seclusion. Return my treasure to me. The monk was rather straightforward. He spoke directly, no longer acting pretentiously. What? Zichen's eyes widened. Return my treasure to me. The monk stretched out his hand and the golden light around him vanished. With his fat head and big ears, without the golden light, he looked more like a scoundrel. You bald donkey, how dare you mention the treasure to me? Speaking of this, Zichen was furious. The first time someone broke his bones and cheated him of all his vitality stones, it was the monk who did it. This was a stain in his life that could not be washed away. Even if he had a page of the heavenly book to compensate, it could not make up for the pain in his heart. Give me the treasure and I will let you fight it back, the monk said with a scoundrel face. When he first met Zichen, although Zichen's combat strength was extraordinary, it was far from being as tyrannical as it was now. The monk had already guessed that the treasure Zichen got that day must be extraordinary. Of course, the monk would never guess that it was a page of the heavenly book. If he knew, he would be so angry that he would hang himself dozens of times. Boom! Since the two of them couldn't agree, the only thing they could do was fight. This was an extremely intense battle, and it could be said to be a fierce battle. However, it was also the most difficult battle that Zichen had ever fought alone. When the monk was not fighting, he was fat and looked like a scoundrel. But once he fought, he was definitely an enlightened monk with all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. Amitba. With a protective divine skill, he was in an invincible position. No matter how strong Zichen was, he could not break through it. Extreme. Against the monk, Zichen did not intend to hold back. He used a series of powerful combat skills. As soon as Extreme was used, a bright golden light appeared and rushed towards the monk. The monk's hands became golden as if there was a huge seal floating up and down. It hit Extreme, causing a loud bang. The two fought fiercely, using all kinds of combat skills. Zichen had gained a lot recently and obtained a few more combat skills. He thought that he had a lot of combat skills, but the monk was not to be outdone. The combat skills he used were no less than Zichen's, and they were never the same. You bald donkey! Zichen shouted angrily. Thunderbolt finger appeared, and with a loud bang, it was aimed at the monk's forehead. Bang! The golden finger exploded, and the monk was pushed back. With his protective divine skill, Zichen still could not break through his defense. Zichen was known as a sky martial artist, but he met his match. The monk was not a sky martial artist, but he was still undefeated. Both of them used their full strength, and the ground cracked. Smoke and dust were everywhere, but there was still no winner. During this period of time, Zichen had used all of his battle skills once. At the same time, as he used them over and over again, he also discovered his own shortcomings. It could be said that he was using the monk to train himself. But the monk was also using Zichen to train himself. The battle continued for several hours. When both of them had consumed a lot of energy, they finally stopped, both of them gasping for breath. Monk, you destroyed my place of seclusion. You have to give me an explanation. After a long time, Zichen said. Then give me back my treasure. The two of them returned to the previous problem, but they did not have the strength to continue fighting. Suddenly, the monk's pupils shrank when he saw the demon ape in Zichen's arms. His face changed instantly, and he exclaimed, This is a great sin, an ominous thing. Why do you have it? The demon ape could understand the monk's words. It rolled its eyes and shrank back, too lazy to talk to the monk. It's a great sin with intelligence. It will definitely cause a great disaster. The monk was stunned, and he spoke again. That's enough. Damn monk, are you done? Can you not be an alarmist? Zichen also rolled his eyes. Zichen, I'm telling the truth. There are records of great sins in Buddhism. Once they are born, rivers of blood will flow, and chaos will follow. They must not be left alive. The monk's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Keep bragging. Zichen looked at the monk from the corner of his eyes. You don't have to believe me in other things, but you have to believe me in this. Every time this great sin appears, it will be a place of great danger. Even the heavens and earth do not approve of it. Once it appears, it will cause a great disaster. But some of them are lucky enough to survive the lightning tribulation and have intelligence. They also have incredible supernatural powers. Once they grow, they will definitely cause chaos. Zichen frowned. This was definitely a place of great danger, and the little guy also had some extraordinary supernatural powers. Back then, I read the highest secret scripture of Buddhism. It recorded many powerful existences, and one of them was this great sin. It's worth mentioning that this great sin is an enemy of mankind, not a friend. It's also the mortal enemy of mankind, the monk said seriously. Hearing the monk's words, Zichen thought of the shadow of the demon ape that day. It was like a demonic shadow, and no matter how he looked at it, it did not seem to be a good person. Zichen lowered his head and looked at the demon ape in his arms. He found that it had fallen asleep and was even snoring. There was even saliva at the corner of its mouth. It looked like it was enjoying itself. Looking at its appearance, it was a very cute little guy. It had nothing to do with the great sin that would cause rivers of blood to flow. Zichen, I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me, the monk said solemnly. It is a great enemy of mankind. Once it grows, it will definitely be a great disaster. When that time comes, human blood will flow like rivers, and thousands of corpses will float. You will become a sinner. Then what do you plan to do with it? Zichen hesitated. This great sin is not tolerated by the heavens and earth. It can only be killed. The monk's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Are you a monk or not? How can you be more ruthless than a butcher? It saved my life before. I can't kill it. Is there any other way? Zichen stared at the monk. According to reason, once such a huge evil is discovered, the only way to kill it is to kill it. But if you say so... Tyron hesitated for a moment before continuing. If you want it to live, the only way is to bring it back to the Buddhist sect and use pure Buddhist energy to purify it or seal it in the Devil's Sealing Tower. Buddhism. Zichen looked up. That's one way, but I don't know where it is and how to bring it to Buddhism. If you trust me, you can leave it to me, the monk said. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. Ha! Zichen, who had been hesitating, suddenly laughed out loud. He looked at the monk and said sarcastically, Good and evil monk, you're really wicked. You're really good at swindling, cheating, and stealing. Why? Do you think I'm lying to you? Humph, you know best whether or not you're lying to me. Look at the drool at the corner of your mouth. You still dare to say something like great sin? Kill? Tui! Evil good monk, let me tell you, don't even think about swindling anything from me. Zichen, I'm telling the truth. Only you know whether it's true or not. Now, let's talk about the place of seclusion. Zichen's eyes were cold again. He had the intention to continue. If you don't tell me the truth, don't think about leaving today. All right then. Since you don't believe me, I have nothing to say. As for the place of seclusion, I can tell you something for free as compensation. The monk sighed. Tell me, what is it? Let's see if I'm satisfied. I found a relic. There are many inheritances of experts in it, the monk said. Good and evil monk, you still want to lie to me. Zichen glared. His eyes became very sharp. Believe it or not. Let me tell you, I didn't find it first. It was the people of the Light Moon Pavilion. But the relic is very special. They tried many methods but couldn't open it. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.